Hello and welcome to the fan cams after the Blues choke again. It's 13 goals, 886 to 14 goals, 1296. Mate, you just can't. You can't go on. It just can't go on like this. It's abusive at this point. It's been abusive for a long time. And the game starts and you think, well, at least they made it easy for me to figure out that they weren't going to show up today. 13 tackles in the first half. And you're like, all right, well, it's pretty clear. They don't want this. And then they play well in the third quarter. And they give you something. And then the narrative around the second half and the first half, and you start thinking, okay, maybe they do want something. And then it happens again. I will never forget that Harry Sheasel goal and that Borat music playing for the rest of my life. I just can't. I can't believe it. I mean, I can, but I just can't. It's over. It's the end. It is what it is. And so we'll unpack it. And we'll do a nice session tonight. And if you want to join the fan cams, you're welcome to. The link is in the live chat. Click it. I'm going to be here for a while, so don't worry. Joe.
Me and my sister were listening to you just then, and we could only laugh. This is fucking crazy, mate. What are we doing?
I don't know, man.
What are we doing? Oh, mate. This is fucked. You know what? I said to you before the game, it'd be 6, we'd lose by 5 goals, whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
And then, like a dickhead, I got sucked in again at home. I was screaming, mate. I wanted us to win that game so badly. I really did. I don't know, Tez. I don't know, man. There's lows and then there's lows, and this is the lowest. By far, the lowest.
By far. It's fucked. I can't do it.
There's only one word to describe this. It is unbelievable.
It's fucked, mate. That's it. Broken. That's it. Crack me. Resilience, all of it. Fuck off.
We are beyond saving, I think, now. I think that's it. Like, this can't be saved. It just can't. Did you see the halftime huddle by any chance?
Halftime huddle?
In the rooms?
No.
Okay. Try and find some footage of that. That was interesting. I don't know if they were saying a prayer, but nothing was being said. They just stood in a huddle. And it was like they grounded themselves to go, let's not fire ourselves up and lock in for the third. And they did. But then what we did after that was we conceded 7 goals in the last quarter after conceding 7 goals for the 3 quarters prior.
Say that again.
We conceded 7 goals in the last quarter after conceding 7 goals for the entire game prior to that. We conceded 5 goals with 13 minutes left on the clock. To nothing.
So I was red buttoning. I messaged Paul Sebastiani at halftime and said, Paul, push the button.
Yep.
Push the red button.
Yep.
And then, because I mean, I was conditioned, and so were most of us. Okay, here we go. The third quarter's coming, and then so they had 13 tackles in the first half, and they had 15 tackles in the first 15 minutes of the third quarter.
Yep.
I'm like, okay, they've clearly lifted their intensity, even though I was still pretty pissed off at halftime. And then before you know it, they've kicked more goals in the second half than the first half. So they've just kind of like chipped away at like certain narratives, using the width of the ground, Elijah, expression, instinct, like looking cool. And I think the fourth is still a bit of a blur. I'm not going to lie. Like, yeah, some umpiring 50-50s didn't go our way, but like that was not the reason why we lost.
No.
Honestly, it's a bit of a blur. I'm going to have to watch the fourth quarter again. I don't really recall the specific moment where I was like, uh-oh, I thought we were in control. That's how I'm in all sorts, mate. I'm in fucking all sorts.
If anyone wants to come on to fan camps tonight and talk about umpiring, respectfully, you can go fuck yourself at this point, because this ain't down to umpiring. I don't care. This isn't. I'm going to maintain two things about this side. Okay, this side alone, not any past iteration from maybe prior to last year or any future iteration of this football club. Two things I will maintain for the rest of my existence about this iteration that we're seeing. Number one, we are not a transition football team. Stick to the basics. When we stick to the basics and fundamentals of stoppage, clearance, and contested possession, we win games of football and we put ourselves in winning positions. Number one. Number two, he can't survive, but this is not on Michael Voss. No one can tell me anything. We are in winning positions to win games of football every fucking week. The process works, but a process can only get you so far when you are mentally weak as piss, Tez. These players do not have the mental fortitude to get through 4 quarters of fucking football, even when they are in a winning position every single week.
Facts, man.
If it was the coach, they wouldn't get to that position. Go ask Essendon and Brad Scott what that looks like. We are in winning fucking positions, Tez. These players are a fucking disgrace, mate. They should be ashamed. They should be ashamed that they do not have the testicular fortitude to fucking go on with it when it's there. All you've got to do is keep them at arm's length. Kill the game, man. I'm disappointed in myself because I was not going to get sucked in today, and I did. I've lost my voice for nothing. What for?
How?
What was it like at the ground?
Oh, look, I'm not going to lie. I was pretty flat. I was pretty flat. I got a bit up and about in the fourth. I think when Kemp kicked that goal on the goal line after the spillage, I thought they were pushing through, right? And I actually got out of my seat and like got up and gave it a bit for that Kemp goal. There was one passage of play. I don't remember how far into the fourth. Cripps just didn't give the first handball. Just held it a little bit too long, got pinged. And usually when he gets pinned, it's just bad signs. Not on him, obviously. Not just on him, but I was flat. And then I had a bit of belief. I was sitting right above the cheer squad. There was plenty of noise coming from them trying to like push it home. And then just, it's torture, man. It's torture. Seriously.
For the third week this season, it was Chad Warner in the first week who said, we know they're susceptible in the second half, just paraphrasing his quote. Bailey Fritsch last week said, and Jack Steele both said at halftime they had the belief they could run over the top of us, even though they were 5 goals down. And Harry Sheasel has just said the same thing, that at the 3-quarter time huddle, he said it was the most belief, I believe this is what, again, paraphrasing, but it was the most belief that they had that they could run over the top of a team to win a game of football. When they were 4 goals down at 3-quarter time, 4 goals down with 13 minutes to go.
It's ingrained, not only in us, but in the opposition.
It's embarrassing, Tez.
Yeah.
They talk and they talk and they talk, and then they do more talking, and then more talking. All right, we're not going to talk anymore. We're going to show you. Never gets shown.
Yeah.
Never. It is so fucked. Like
Yeah.
it's beyond saving. There is nothing that can be done now. There's nothing other than blow it up completely. That is it. That's it. What are we going to do? Get a new coach in for a sugar hit. They'll win a couple of games, and it's the same thing in a year's time. Same thing.
Can't wait to go to Adelaide next week. I mean, I'm not.
Are you going? You're
No
not
way.
going. Okay.
No, I'm going to Perth in a few weeks.
Oh, it says it's 80 points next week.
No weedering.
It's 80 points next week. So, 70. I'll say 70 to be safe. 70 points next week. And then Collingwood. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
If there's any team that smells blood in the water against us, it's them. That is going to be the biggest embarrassment that we've ever had. And it may be the last game I go to this year. I think it might be. It might be. Before I go, do we hold on now? Do we just see it through? Or is this a decision that needs to be made on the coach, like tomorrow? What are we doing at this point?
He's gone, whether it's tomorrow, end of year, mid-year. It's just the way this is just the way it goes.
So why not just sack him tomorrow then, if that's the case?
Yeah, have a caretaker for the rest of the year. Fuck that. I don't know.
It's not going to be any different.
Honestly, at this point, nothing will really, truly shock and surprise me.
At least you rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
And then it's like, we don't talk about it anymore.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, man. Mate, fuck. Anyway,
man. I'll...
Good luck tonight. Good luck.
Thank you, man.
And take care of yourself.
Yeah. You too. All right. Tommy Flannis with the $15. Why didn't they kick it to Charlie? Thanks, mate. Sidale with the $8. Graham Wright at a club function yesterday said that we are 3 years away. Why can't they just say that to us then? Nitro Goat, $2. Losing Weeders and copping a goal was start of our end. True, yeah, start of the fourth. I think it was Trembath, maybe. Ethan Romero with $10 donation. How good was Charlie Kerno? Yeah. Fletcher Russell, $3. Players have once again shit the bed. Yeah. And Hayden Grogan with $10. Don't know how you still face up every week, man. The club should be inspired by you, Tez. I didn't think we'd be here when this all started. I'll be honest. I thought we'd be, yeah. Paolo.
Disco dancing. That's what we got hit with. When I heard the song get played for the goal for Sheasel, I thought, that's not the Borat disco song, is it? Wait.
It was Cozzy Pickett, Jamie Elliott, Jack Higgins. It was like that. I don't know how you saw it. It was like that numbness. It all zeroes in, that white noise. It was like numb.
Yeah, very bad. Very bad. You're telling me that there was not one or two things they could do to stop that? You could see the moment it got to within single figures that it was seeping in before, like sag back, stand in your zone, go along up the line, don't take the short uncontested mark because no one's working for it. only do it in the third quarter when the game's on the line and it's not as risky because you can't actually technically lose the game. And we fail to win the game in our front half. We don't play to win the game in our front half and control the game in our front half and keep the ball away from as far as the opposition goal as possible. And it's embarrassing. Today was absolutely embarrassing. And we've wasted 7 months since the end of last season with this head coach. The move should have been made, I said, after Richmond last year. He's simply not good enough. And anyone defending him, I mean, it's indefensible now, Terry. People will blame the players, and the list is in a really bang average spot at the moment. But there's no way known he's getting the best out of this group. And in my estimation, the reason we're actually in front in these games, because I actually think partly, or I think the majority of the reason we're finding leads is because some of the talented players on our team are actually superseding how badly set up we are around the ball and how badly set up we are. We have to work so hard for our goals. We never find easy goals. We have to work so hard to win the ball back. And when we do try to move the ball with that uncontested chip mark, we actually look okay, but that requires work rate. And the problem is when you're absolutely stuffed from having to play this archaic, laborious game style, that uncontested chipping, short-moving ball is going to eventually go because you're absolutely knackered. And now every single club that has played against us this year knows that in the second half, every single player that has been interviewed of an opposition club post-game this year has said that we know Carlton are stuffed in the second half. We only need to put 1 or 2 goals on them and we're absolutely cooked. And this is where our head coach has mentally got this group. This is where this head coach has mentally got this group, irrespective of whether or not the players can handle it, whether or not the list manager got these particular players and they're not good enough. He got us to this spot. He has led us to this spot. The way in which he plays football, the way in which he communicates has led and profiled the list to this spot. He led us to this place. He is the head coach of a sporting elite organization, the head coach of these players, and he cannot be absolved of any wrongdoing. His press conferences are an absolute disaster. His inconsistency in messaging relays out on the field, and it's an absolute joke at the moment. He cannot go on anymore. And you can't put a caretaker in against Adelaide because we're going to get absolutely blown off the park. But we've wasted 6 to 7 months with him, Terry. We needed to rid of him because the negative impact that this is having on a lot of these younger players and a lot of these players at the moment could be completely detrimental to the rest of their careers. And that's what my biggest fear was. My biggest fear was we were going to change all these assistants and the incompetent head coach was going to remain. And the biggest mistake they made has been made. And now you are unfortunately reaping what you sow at the moment. We are an absolute basket case of a football club at the moment. Like I said, the list needs improving. Clearly, we know that. But every list in AFL needs improving, whether or not your premiers are down the bottom. And to see players capitulate the way they do week in, week out just shows that they're not being built up enough mentally. They're not resilient enough. And I've got a readout for you here, Terry. You want to hear the readout? Here's a readout for you. Name me, right? Tell me if we are this 5 years in to this man leading our football club, right? He leads our football club. He's our head coach. And it was a botched process from the start. It was an absolute sham, the way in which he was recruited and hired, right? So not all of it can fall on him because he was never the coach, I think, that the majority really wanted. And now we are reaping what we sow, irrespective of if we got to a preliminary final. And if that's your standard, getting to a prelim, then that's where we've got to, right? So this is the write-up when he was first announced as senior coach. After a thorough and considered selection process, Voss's credentials and vast experience in football made him the right person for the job. It goes on. The final 4 candidates presented and interviewed extremely well, each demonstrating strong game plan and strategic knowledge with an emphasis on offense, defense, contest, pressure, and structure, right? Michael demonstrated a strong understanding of the key fundamental requirements for Carlton right now. And I'll ask you if we have this at the moment. Do we have inspirational and accountable leadership at our football club?
No.
Failed. Is he, at the moment, a driver of a united and ambitious culture?
No.
No, failed. Is he a builder of trusting and collaborative relationships?
Nope.
Failed. Is he, or does he have a deep and genuine desire to deliver strong on-field performance? I would say he probably does.
I think
But
he does,
when
but I
you're
just
head coach of an elite
can't.
organization, you need more than just desire. Sorry, you do. Everyone's got desire when they take the field. Everyone's got desire when they get given roles. You need much more nuance and intelligence than that.
Do you know what the sad thing is?
What's
He's
that?
the best coach you and I have lived through.
I know, and that's our standard at the moment. That's our standard at the moment, and that's how the mighty have fallen. Right now, everyone who was part of that appointment is almost gone. The president's gone. Tim Lincoln resigned. Brad Lloyd is gone. Pat Kinnisley, as far as I'm concerned, she was part of hiring him. She should be gone. And Greg Williams, the director of football, should not be on the board anymore because he was part of the hiring process to pick this head coach. None of them should be there anymore. None of them should be entrusted with short-term, medium, and long-term decisions of this football club moving forward. Absolutely none of them. None whatsoever. And there's also a red flag on the CEO and the current president because they supposedly ratified and unanimously declared him as our coach heading into 2026, whether or not you want to believe that. But that is what they've stated on the record.
Oh, for sure they did. For sure they look, they backed him in. Graham Wright said they ran a semi-review about 10 days ago on Triple M radio. And yeah, I want to say it's season over, but I mean, I never thought we were a contender anyway.
So that's where we are after 5 years, Terry.
Yeah.
That's our standard right now.
Yeah.
5 years into this head coach and this plan, we are at a point where our standards are effectively at an all-time low. And our standards are, we'll look for this kid now. We'll look for that kid now. And Jagger Smith is going to be butchered as well with the way things are going. Look, I know he's only played 3 or 4 games, but...
Mate, before Wiedering went down, I know he's important to us. I was watching his game and I'm like, he's off.
He was off.
This game reminded me of the game against the Giants in 2021 away. Apart from the actual fight back in the second half.
So irrespective of if he goes down, right, you can lose a key elite defender, but as long as you've got your midfield intact and your midfield's fighting and winning the game you've got to win the game in your front half. That's how you win it. That's how you control it. You can't absorb for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks in a row going back to it. You can't play like that. It's unsustainable, mate. And I thought coming into this game, Nick Newman, Jordan Boyd, if we ever get into that little rut for 5 or so minutes, they'll get us out of it. They'll get us out of it. But we just refuse to use them. We refuse to overlap run, refuse to get out of that rut, refuse to run hard for uncontested possession. And it may not even be the fact that they've refused to. They're just absolutely knackered because of how poorly and inefficiently our team is set up. I
don't know what Newey's game was like.
I thought he was good. I thought he was him and Elijah Hollins were 2 of our better players. I thought both of them were very good. And at the moment, kudos to him, but Mark Pitternet, really pound for pound, is probably our best player at the minute.
He really is. He really is our best player at the moment.
Harry Mackay does not look like he's completely buying into what is being sold at the moment. I've seen him shirk and not throw his weight around. He was better in the second half, but when the game was there to be won, I suppose he competed up the line, but you need more than that. Terry, Hayward and Florent have turned into, I mean, they've been Carltonified and Vossified at the moment. Hayward got absolutely nowhere near it. Yeah. Florent just panics like you wouldn't believe. But, you know, and I've just said that. People are saying it's unbelievable, but it is believable, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
It's not unbelievable. What you see week to week is not what would be unbelievable is if we darted clear and not held on and actually put a gap and won by a gap. That's more unbelievable at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, and again, the list is in the state it is at the moment to a certain point because the profile and the way in which we play and the imprimatur and the imprint that the head coach has left on this team and this football club has led us to this point. Like I said, irrespective of whether or not senior players wanted to be there, certain players might have been toxic, rah. I still remain adamant with this question. How in God's name do you upset Charlie Curnow? Right? How in God's name is Jack Silvani walking out to go to St Kilda for whatever money there may have been, right? Terry, in any workplace, right? In any place that you are in from a working environment, even in family life, right? There are going to be people that have a pessimistic trait to them that are a little bit negative, that can be downtrodden to a certain point. That may just be their characteristic and demeanor, right? You have to be able to deal with that as a manager. You're not going to all be pushing towards the same, not pushing towards the same goal, but you're not all going to want to get to the same goal in the same way. Some people have different characteristics and want to do it a different way, right? And you have to be able to massage and understand how those relationships and egos work. If you cannot do that, you should not be managing men, period. You're going to get every single type of characteristic trait or personality trait in the dressing room. Not everybody is going to be up and about and rah and hoo-ha after a 4-point win against Richmond when you perform poorly. Not everyone is going to be like that. So you have to be able to manage those relationships and manage those characteristics. And we picked an incompetent head coach over talented footballers. That's what we've done. We have picked an incompetent head coach over talented footballers. Every single time we should zig, we zag as a football club. Every single time. And even in the runs that we had under this head coach, right? Maybe he benefited it. Maybe it was his doing to a certain point. But that run in 23, what was the story out of that? It was player-led. It was on the players, right?
Yeah.
And then in 24, it all just turned into a disaster. And since then, it's just been downhill since. Since. And the personnel has changed, Terry. Things have changed, but nothing has changed.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed. Why can't we have a head coach that is great at picking up players, that is great at game management, that is implementing a brilliant game plan, that is teaching our players how to deal with pressure? Why can't we have a generational man like that at our club? Why do all these head coaches, he needs help here, he needs help there, he needs 75 line coaches, we need to give him all the support we can in the world? I understand that. But why can't he be the man to teach people? Why can't he be the generational head figure that we have at our football club? Why can't that one person be the man to change everything? Why not?
It's a great question.
Why not?
Yeah.
He should be the one assisting us and helping us, but he's not. And, again, like I said, it's not absolutely all on him. These players have to take accountability. Least management has to take accountability. The people who hired him, in my opinion, are more to blame than he himself to a certain point. But most of those people who hired him are gone, Terry. He remains from an era that has effectively failed. And you cannot keep that in there. You cannot keep that in there.
Mate, that was fucking fantastic. I really enjoyed listening to you.
It's not, and then people will say, you're a fake fan. You got to back them.
No.
They have, right? And I don't care, right? I don't care about that, right? I have defended them to the absolute death.
Same.
Defended them to the death. When you have zero evidence with which to defend, you become delusional. All I can do and all we can do is go by what we see, the facts. And what we're seeing at the moment is nothing short of a broken club being led by a man we know is not going to be there.
He's reached his ceiling.
Wasting precious time at the moment.
His ceiling's behind him. This group's ceiling is behind them.
Correct.
They can talk about what's coming up in the next 3 years all they like. If that's the case, find the next wave of who's going to lead the club.
And you know what? Good. We're not good enough. Hand up. We're miles off it. Go again.
We got it wrong.
We
Away
got it
go.
wrong. That's it. Hand up. That's it.
Yeah.
Irrespective of what they say at the moment, right? They can say, "Oh, we're backing him," or we want to focus on next week. The actions that they have showed, right, by removing certain personnel and aspects of the football club, show that they're taking a long-term view, right? That's what they're showing at the moment. And I pray that this CEO and President Terry, that they have looked at this year and said, you know what, we're going to take a big hit. That is my eternal optimism, or not eternal optimism, but that is my beacon of optimism heading into this season and beyond, that they knew it was going to be absolutely cooked, and they've foregone this season because they knew it was going to be stuffed, and they're going to stockpile as many resources and as many picks and as much salary cap space to get us to a level that we've never been to before in the last 30 years. And we really need to now. We really, really need to put our hand up and stop being in the middle of the road and thinking that we're either competing or we're not, or we're competing or we're not. Yeah. You have to pick one or the other now.
Yeah. I don't mean to cut you off, but I really have a lot of people to get through.
Go.
Thank you so much. That was great.
My pleasure. Enjoy the evening and go Blues.
Go Blues. Gokhan with $3. You'll never get this. La la la. Oh. Fucking Sheezel. The great Sheezel. Magnus Van der Helsing with $31. Thank you very much. I never want to hear that song again. Yeah. Adrian Forbes with $5 says, 1995, I was 18. I'm 49 this year. At 79, we still won't have won. Hello to you, mate. $15. Thank you. Looks like Essendon and Carlton will be playing for the Cody Walker Cup. Gags, $5. I know. I now agree Voss has to go. I can't keep saying it's not him. I think that's what you meant there. Matthew has a party, $3. Sack him. More damage keeping Voss at this point. Slobbo with $5 says, at halftime they were singing, whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Josh Dolan, $8 donation. Bring on Longmire. He coaches out games. We need a coach barking instructions with 5 minutes remaining. Paolo's right. Should have sacked Voss last year. Let's go to Thailand because Dioni's here. Hello.
Hi, Terry. I don't even know why I've called you, to be honest. Why have I called? Oh, shit. It's like a fucking train wreck watching that last quarter. Seriously. I don't know what to say, but I'm distraught. Actually, I turned the TV off. I went and cried. I don't know why. I just have to cry about it now. So,
yeah.
Okay. Sheezel is our new Jamie Elliott. I think you said it before. So that when he kicked that goal, I knew we were done. But we played well in the third quarter, but that doesn't mean you're going to win a game.
Nah, it was. I guess we were prepared for it, for what they dished up in the first. I mean, we're up by 3, but it just looked awful. I don't know what it looked like on the screen, but at the game, it just felt tragic.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not at the game. I'm watching it on TV. I thought it was actually on the TV. I thought it was just a hard-fought game with lots of errors from both teams. And even in the third quarter, I saw that there were some changes that had been made. Elijah and Ollie really stepped up, and I think Elijah did play his guts out today again. And, there's a couple of others. But and actually, Cripps, when you watch it in the third quarter, Cripps was the one that was trying to get us back into the game. So when you see that, because, I mean, he was so quiet in the first half. So on the TV, if you happen to punish yourself and rewatch it, it'll be, you'll see that it was just a tussle. But that last quarter, it was like you can just see the light. It's like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah.
Then they start giving away silly free kicks, and some of those free kicks were BS. But
Yeah.
you know what? There's swings and roundabouts. We got some lucky free kicks as well, and it's just they just go into shock. I don't know. Honestly, I can't even imagine how they can even look each other in the eye anymore. How they can sit in a room and talk about the game anymore or what they're going to do, because I don't think they believe in each other.
No, the bizarre thing, I mean, we had the selection show and Nick Newman, I thought, I'm not trying to just be positive for the sake of it. I thought he was a steady head down there like we thought he would be. Thought Jordan Boyd, I haven't seen his numbers, but like some of the kicking that he was doing, we don't have in the team. I like what I saw there.
It wasn't our backline that let us down, to be honest.
No.
Yeah. But you know, I don't know, people might blame Lewis Young again or whatever, but it wasn't our backline. But even when Wiedering went off, he actually was no good today. There's something wrong with him.
He was off today.
Yeah. And I saw him at halftime sitting in the group with all the backline players, and all the others were talking dirt. Sorry. my dog's barking. Sorry. That's all we need, the dog barking. I'm really sorry. Can you hang on? Oh, shut up. But Dirksen was talking. I'm like, come on. Like, yeah, anyway, the dog's put me off now. I just got a couple of things to say before I let you go. Haywood, what the hell is he doing? Like, he's trying to be tough and he's not, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Luke Parker, why the hell did we not man up on him in the last quarter? He was the spare man and he was feeding them.
Yeah.
Anyway, I went to the dog park today. I saw a lot of dog shit, but I saw more dog shit in the game. That's all I can say.
D, you're a star. Thanks for calling in.
See ya. Bye.
See ya. Mason.
What is going on with this fucking team, mate? It's week on week. You find 1 week, it's disappointing. And then you think, fuck, how can it get worse? And it just constantly does. It is as bad as it can get.
Yeah, it's damaging. It's scarring. Just when you think you've built all the resilience you can as a Carlton supporter, because we just keep coming back for more and just keep seeing the same patterns emerge. And it's.
What do you say? Like, what we did? This is. I was lost for words last week.
Yeah.
And honestly, after last week's game, I said, man, I hope they lose. You know, this is just, it's disappointing. I hope they get pumped this week. And it wasn't enough to cause damage. I highly doubt they're going to get rid of him. I doubt it. There's this doubt in the back of my mind. They're not going to get rid of him now. They'll wait. They'll hang on, and it's going to keep damaging us. He knows he's gone at the end of his contract, and he's just going to go into full kamikaze mode, and he's going to bring the club down with him. I don't know. It's just bad.
Well, I wouldn't mind them going into kamikaze mode and just unleashing the players. I was saying early in the week, like, if he's not able to just unlock him and say, go and play free footy, then the caretaker coach will.
But I think the kamikaze route that I'm talking about is him just saying, fuck it, you guys figure it out. I'm just going to be here as a head, and that's it. I'm not going to take a part in anything that goes on here. You guys just run the show. I'll be the poster boy. I'll just take the hit for everything. It's my fault. I'm going anyway. That's what it's going to be.
I get what you mean, yeah.
You know, you got to go. You got to make a statement. I hate it. I hate getting rid of coaches. It hasn't worked for us. Since I've been alive, it hasn't worked. But no, we're going nowhere regardless.
Like, as in tomorrow, Monday? Surely not. I mean, I don't disagree that it's over. But it's like,
but what do you think? What do you think? Like, next week when we get belted by 70+ points, is it a good time to get rid of him then?
True, I guess. And there's Collingwood.
Is it Collingwood? You want to let Collingwood be the one that gets rid of Voss? That's going to be even bit more
What was the
embarrassing, I would
earliest?
say.
What's the earliest we've seen a coach go? It was, I think, 2019, maybe when Bolts lost to Essendon mid-year.
Yeah, it's early. It is early, but we keep last year's form in mind. Like it's just been the same shit since Giants 2024. It's been the same shit. Haywood, yeah, I agree with the last caller. Haywood, he's been a bit of a hero, mate. You're good. You're a great player, but you don't need to be doing all this extra shit.
Yeah,
It's uncalled for.
he's acting out.
You can pick up. It's emotion. Yeah, it is. But like, mate,
Yeah,
you can pick out so many things from players, man. We're insane. We're going to keep going to games, and Vossi's probably going to hang around because our club's got no balls. I don't know if it's the right or wrong call, but I think you just pull it. You pull the plug now.
it's a matter of time.
It's going to happen. You just do it.
Matter of time.
Like Paul Sebastiani said, rip the Band-Aid. Get it gone now.
So it's a matter of time. There's no doubt about it now.
I don't know how you do it, man. I said it last week. I don't understand how you do this, man.
Same.
Can you do yourself a favor and not go 4 hours this week, man? Because I think that's not good for your health. I strongly advise against it.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not today. We'll see. We'll see. But
go Roos.
Yeah.
Go Roos. Fucking good on them. They're vibing out right now.
Fair play.
They are vibing. Go Roos. Unreal. Kick a man while he's down. Fuck yeah.
Fair play.
That's it.
Yeah. Good stuff, man. Thanks for calling in.
No worries.
See ya. The Duke Leverage Show. The worst result today was that I lost my BA badge. Mate, I will give you another one. Don't worry about that. Jabacus with $5 says, can you see the club start to make more significant changes if people stop rocking up every week? Yeah, that's generally when they act. There were 46,000 people there today. North Melbourne home game. See what happens when they get back to Melbourne. Casper McLeod, $5. Who is more painful to follow, Bombers or Blues? As an Essendon fan, the answer is probably still us. However, I reckon it's a coin toss. Oh, mate. Yeah, it wouldn't be too far off, no matter who it is. Jad.
Terry. Shit.
Here we go. We made it.
I'm a bit cut off. Let me just hold this. Yeah, shit. Fuck, man. Feels like we're on a road to nowhere, doesn't it?
Where were you mentally when you were watching up until, say, three-quarter time, say first half and then three-quarter time? Did you fluctuate with what you were thinking was happening?
No. I didn't fluctuate. Me and my little cousin Rami, shout out, we were just waiting for it.
Yeah.
But what I was struggling with was, to be honest with you, man, how important, what I was struggling with throughout the game. So when it looked like we were going to win, I was like, okay, how beneficial is a win going to be versus a loss? And I was fluctuating there because at one point I really wanted to win it. And then I started just thinking like, shit, is it just another pointless win that's just going to delay the inevitable? And so that I was fluctuating with that, but I'm not going to talk about the coach today because we all know what's going to happen there. I want to talk about some players if we can, man. And they're all senior players. So the big question I have now is how big of a rebuild is this going to be? How big is it actually going to be now? Because if I'm going to be honest with everyone, I didn't think we would be this bad. As much as I don't believe in Voss, I didn't think we'd be bottom 4. Not in my wildest dreams did I think that coming into the year. And then I think, yeah, that's just my mind's being changed a bit there. So if this is a full scale rebuild, and when I say full scale, I don't mean 6 to 8 years like we just went through. I don't mean that, but I mean Cripps, and Wiedering, I'm starting to look at them as maybe we need to get what we can for them and Mackay. Maybe they're not untouchables anymore. Because I don't doubt their ability, but their leadership qualities, Terry. Any chance Wiedering had, any goodwill he built up of ever becoming captain, in my opinion, has completely evaporated over the last 2 years. Last year, started to see the cracks in his demeanour and his personality and his leadership. Was told that no, he's okay. It's Wiedering. He's that good. Blah blah blah. And now this year, I can't deny it anymore. He is. I do feel bad for him, and I feel bad for the players I'm talking about because our club has scarred them mentally, as you've brought up many times, the mental scarring. And it's gotten to the point now where I don't think we can get them out of it, especially the ones that are around 28 or over.
Yeah. And this is the thing, right? Because we built hope around these guys. We built the rebuild. We built the plan around them. We gave them long-term deals. Harry, for the last 2 preseasons, there's usually, circle back 5 years ago, he was always working on something different. There was the speed project. There was his set shot kicking. He hasn't developed. In a weird way, when he took that contested mark behind the ball today, I thought he looked more assured in himself than when he tried to take a mark in the forward 50. I don't think he wants the responsibility because he might be fearful of it or thinking about the result, whatever. And Wieders, very rarely do I see him spooked, but you're seeing it more and more. And I don't disagree. But it's just like the rotating wheel here. We'll find the next kids. We're already starting to do it to Jagger Smith and Harry Dean. There's the future, long-term deals. Just give them the long-term deals, build around them, and they'll figure it out. No, they won't figure it out just because you give them a long-term deal because they have safety. And I find the guys that show characteristics are the guys that have been made to earn it, the guys that haven't been guaranteed, the guys that have been overlooked. And I'm over giving these guys the 7. We just gave Walsh the 7-year deal. I thought at the time it's a good sign because you're building a future around him. He's a cornerstone of the midfield. I actually thought he was pretty demonstrative on the field with his teammates today. I was sitting behind the goals in that fourth quarter. I think when Kemp kicked that goal, he didn't let them celebrate too much. He actually got there and yelled at them and got them to set up, and he was pointing and screaming at them. I thought, okay, good sign. But it's like, you have to give long-term deals to secure your future, but you shouldn't because they don't keep their motivation to improve. And we're the Carlton Football Club, and we just like everything's amplified. You're great. You're good. You're Kernahan. You're Ratton. You're Diesel. You're this. Jacob Wiedering, you're Bruce Dool. And so maybe there's something in that, maybe not.
Just touching on his deal, I thought I didn't take it as a positive, overly positive. Like, of course, I want to keep him, but I don't want him to go anywhere. But a part of me thought we had to offer him 8 to stay, such as the state of the fucking place. He's not signing that contract thinking Voss is going to be his coach for 8 years. He's not. I think that the way with whoever is in charge down there, the way they've allowed the place to fester, that 8-year contract is a direct result. That's like, we have to give him 8 years. We have to give him security and money and all this shit because we can't afford to have him go. So I think that was forced.
Do you look at those long-term deals as well as the club being able to keep leverage? So if he ever wanted to leave, Kerno's probably the example. You give him the long-term deal, and without, it blew up, whatever, but without it being a long-term deal, you probably don't get the first-round picks that you do.
Of course. Contracts aren't worth the paper they're written on anymore. Yeah. They're definitely leveraged. So, I'm not saying we're locked into him for 8 years, and I still don't want him to go anywhere. My note here is today all but solidified for me that he has to be the next captain. There's no two ways about it for me. He's not perfect. He's not in his best form. We all know that. But I get, when I watch him and I listen to his post-game interviews and all these things, I get a different feeling and a different impression than I get when I hear Cripps or when I hear Wiedering. He hasn't been taken over by the corporate spin as Wiedering has. He's not docile like Wiedering. He buys into the emotion of the game, unlike Wiedering. He seems more team first than Wiedering. I think Jacob, I heard this somewhere else, so this isn't my point, so I'm not going to take credit for it, but I do agree with it. It's that Wiedering seems so overly concerned with his own job before the team. He's always speaking in, I have to get my job done, my job first, my job first. So I think that's what I think about that. And when it comes to Cripps, Terry, like, man, it's so hard to speak about it because he deserves to have a lot more leniency, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word, but
He should be.
it's so.
At this point, I totally feel in my soul what you're thinking and saying right now. How long have we been waiting for someone to take it away from him and let him become the role player more than what he is, the focal point, and relying on him to get the job done? How long have we been saying this? It can't be Cripps. It's got to be someone else, or it's got to be the next layer, the next group. And they just don't emerge.
Well, without being in the four walls, I think Walsh has emerged, but I get what you're saying. He's not knocking the door down as yet. But on that, I think when you give the captaincy up and you agree to a change, I think it's a whole club. It's something that the whole club has to be agreed on. And when I look at Cripps, I don't see that selflessness that's required to do that. I don't think he wants to give it up. I see it in the way that he plays. He wants to always be the attacking side of stoppage. He wants to be the final link in the chain. It is his career. I really, really thought, Terry, in my bones, he was going to do what Cochin did for Richmond. So just the short version, their fortunes changed really when he sacrificed his role. He was no longer on the end of the chain. He was the one on defensive side of stoppage with his back to 50. He wasn't the distributor. He wasn't the star. He wasn't the first handball option. He wasn't anything. He was purely, and I just don't think Cripps, the main thing, I don't think he wants to be that. So now, and like going back to your point before when you said someone's got to take it from him, I think sometimes, like in Walsh's case, I think sometimes the responsibility has to be thrust upon you and you will be forced to react. I don't care if he's not 100% ready. You know, pressure creates diamonds or whatever the saying is. Put it on him, and we'll see what he's made of. And I'm pretty confident he is made of the right stuff.
Yeah. So one of the issues in this part of the conversation is that he just hadn't re-signed until late in the preseason. And I don't know how much that weighed into the captaincy thing. I don't disagree. I remember it was only it was the Brisbane practice game. I think he was announced as having signed the long-term deal from memory, which was 2 weeks before the season started. So I don't know how practically that all played into the narrative of it, you know?
I would go the other way on that one. I think it would have been very easy for him to wait until the end of this year to sign. So I really took his re-signing as
to make him
the
captain.
right move.
No, I mean as in to make him captain without having the reassurance that he was staying.
Oh, yeah, but I still think you can do it. I actually think it will happen. I think it'll at least be announced sometime in this season, during the season.
The captain change?
Yeah, I think so. I think they probably won't name Walsh, but I think that it'll be announced that this will be Cripps' last season as coach.
Yeah.
Just with a player like him, I don't know what we do with him now, Terry. We're gonna. This is a real rebuild. Like I just don't see him sticking around for 4 years while we're bottom 4. I don't see how he'd want to do that. I don't see it.
Yeah.
And just on Mackay, Terry, like I'm going to give Joel a shout out. I don't know if he's been on yet. When he first said what he said about Harry, I thought it was a joke. Honestly, I thought it was an absolute joke. But he just saw something that many of us maybe couldn't see, because I'm tending to agree with him now. He's at the right age. He's had the right experience. It's his forward line now. Just don't get enough of not enough intent, I think is maybe the kindest word to label it. Well, not enough intent.
It looks like fear from the outside looking in, because when he's marking that ball in defensive 50, he's strong with it. But when he's going up for that ball in forward 50, it's a juggling act. It's not forceful. And then maybe I'm wanting something from him that he doesn't have. I just think he has it somewhere in his head, and it's just not coming out. But it's not there. It's not there. You know.
I really wish he did have it, man, because when he's up and about, he's one of the most. I enjoy watching him. Probably the most, really, when he's up and going. But I don't know. We saw it for maybe a year or two, and then maybe there are just people out there who don't have the mentality that it takes to survive in such a hypercritical, performance-driven environment. Maybe that's just what it is.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be, my friend.
I don't know. I don't know. Look, just on the club overall, Graham Wright, all those guys. I don't understand what they expect from us.
Yeah.
I don't like I've said to you last week, I like what they're doing. I like the overall vision, but I don't really understand what they expect from you and me. I don't see it. I don't agree with it. I don't get it. Like, I don't. Yeah. Did they really just kick the can down the road? A part of me finds it very hard to believe that Graham Wright would stake his entire reputation on a coach that he deemed sixth best when he was appointing a coach at Collingwood. There's got to be something else to it, but maybe that's just wishful thinking on my part.
Either that,
I don't know.
Or the guy that he wanted wasn't available already.
That last bit's an interesting one. I tend to agree with that a bit. I'm hoping that's right. Maybe the person he wants he doesn't see as ready.
Because if you go last year, if you're going to go a fresh one, you're not doing a 1-year deal for a fresh coach, right? I don't know what the D's did with Stephen King. I can only guess they didn't give him a 1-year deal. I think they might have given him at least 3.
But what I will say about the coaching, do not anyone for a second think that I think as soon as we get a new coach, it's just going to get better. But what will happen is we will all be clear and united in where we're heading. Like, the club doesn't have to come out and say it, but they got to give us more than this, Terry. This is purgatory. Like, I don't. No, whatever this is, it isn't it. But I just want to get. Last week I used the analogy. We've all boarded the plane and all that, but we don't have a pilot.
Yeah.
Should we just get the pilot, please? So at least we know we've got one. Like, we can't continue with a guy we don't believe in anymore.
Could we start getting delusional about the next guy?
Oh, I've got some names. Oh, Gian Syracuse, mate. Oh.
The Italian stallion, bring him into that Carlton. Get him down on Lygon.
He's got a great head of hair like you, mate. Fucking, that's got to count for something. But I don't know. I don't work in the industry. I don't know the word of mouth. I don't know who's good, who's seen as this and that. But yeah. I'm concerned for Look, Terry, I'm concerned for Jagger because I don't want him to be poisoned by this. Like, how crazy was that? As soon as Chera comes back, he gets kicked out of the midfield. Like, barely saw it. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Not one bit.
Poor kid.
I feel bad too, Terry. Apart from those seniors, actually, I feel bad for all of them because I'm going to stick by it. I've said it so many times. I do not believe we recruited 44 of the worst players to ever play the game.
Yeah. Fair.
That's all I got for you, mate.
Thanks for calling in, bro.
No, thanks for taking it.
See ya. Tim Wilkes with a $10 donation. I think we only have one person who could be captain, Nick Newman. He is the only player I trust when the going gets tough. He was brilliant today. Yeah, he was brilliant. Jace.
Hey, Tez, how are you, mate?
Long time, my friend.
Still waiting for you to come down to Torquay.
Might be season over pretty soon. I might just pack it up and make the move.
Come to the restaurant, have a good time. Better than
How are
watching
you?
this.
How are you absorbing everything since the last time we spoke?
I reckon I've got a good title for your next video, and it's just got to be clarity, because I reckon, and I want to do Jad a favour, but we, us as supporters, there's enough dots to join that I think we've got clarity over everything. And if you take a little bit about what each of the guests said tonight, I don't think there's any ambiguity of where we are or where we're going or what we have been. I just think today, more than the Melbourne game, was a clear indication that we do not have the coach. Because for 3 quarters, I watched the better team, and you can clearly tell that we were the better team, as much as they were in for the fight, that we completely got out-coached.
Even up at halftime, it felt weird. It felt stressful.
Terry, they're the worst. They're the worst defensive team in the league, worse than West Coast, right? Kemp and McGovern were actually doing a pretty good job. Our forward 50 efficiency was actually pretty good. But where was this thing? The thing with Voss is you can tell when someone doesn't quite have the nous for something, because they get so stuck on one idea. The number one quality in successful people, and this is scientifically proven, it's conscientiousness, right? And that means that you can handle many things at one time. But the problem with Voss is when you're a novice, and it stands out so clearly, if you get fixated on one thing and you forget the other 10 things as a senior coach you've got to worry about, that's a clear indication that you don't know what's going on. And what pissed me off so much more than anything, and no one said it yet, but that first half, when we were getting the ball into Camp, McGovern and Mackay, and they were crumbing their own ball. Like, Kemp kicked 2 goals off the ground, McGovern kicked 1. Every time I looked at Taylor Byrne, it was on this between the 70 and the 100-metre mark. Like, what's that all about? He's a kid in his first season. He hasn't got the legs to do this up and back bullshit that they try to get Motlop to do, because they're so fixated on listening to the media that we don't have flankers that can run up and down. If you don't have them, don't try fabricate it. Taylor Byrne is a goal-sneaking, crumbing forward. Like, can we at least have a goal-sneaking, crumbing forward do their fucking job? Can we have him at the feet of McGovern and Kemp, because we were killing him in the air, right? They don't have the defensive 50 players to take a mark, right? They got VFL players like we do down back, minus Wiedering. You give North Wiedering, they would have won by 10 goals today. We had a clear, for once in a 22-week season, we had a clear advantage. And they didn't have the nous upstairs to take advantage of it.
Oh, my God. No one's even said that. No one's actually mentioned that. We lost to North and they didn't have Tristan Sherry today.
Yeah, all that. But, like, people want to bag Hayward. He's playing frustrated for a reason. Terry, in Sydney, he kicked 40 goals as a deep forward.
Yeah.
It's bullshit that we try and we succumb to media of, we don't have flankers that can run up and back. That's not Hayward. He was never that at Sydney. Every highlight you watch of Will Hayward, it's a chest mark, or it's a out the back, because he's actually got footy smarts, and he'll be that last player. How many times have we said as Carlton supporters, why can't we get an easy goal? Well, you put Taylor Byrne and Hayward in the deep 50, you would have got 10 of them today, because North's defence are a fucking shambles. They're the worst in the league. So today pissed me off in the coaching box more than any game I've seen under Voss.
Wow.
Because that was a clear advantage. And if you know your footy, you would have seen that. It stood out like dog's balls. We had a clear advantage. And why we lost the game was pretty simple. The midfielders just turned to shit in the last quarter. That's all it was. They had 20 inside 50s to fucking 8. That's where we lost it. So I just think we've got so much clarity. And that was just on today's game. But if you want to look at Carlton holistically, which I don't really want to do because we've gone over it so much. That's why I just really want you to do a video called Clarity, because you can save everyone the frustration, right? Let's not look back 5 years ago. Let's not worry about who appointed Voss or who didn't. Carlton's new era started last year. Graham Wright is the first person we've had in that footy department that actually knows footy in the last 20 years. We've been run by absolute muppets. And there's a reason you touched on it just with with Jad. That's 100% why he didn't remove Voss. You got to sometimes think about it in their shoes. He's a new CEO. He's an agent for change, as much as he doesn't admit it, but that's obviously what he is. That's what makes him great. He changed everything apart from one piece, and the only reason he didn't change that one piece is because the next candidate wasn't there. Everybody says in the industry, there's an absolute glut of assistant coaches, because after they cut all their fucking rates back, they've all gone into the corporate world because none of them want to sit on 120 grand a year, right?
So it's either the guy that he thinks could be him isn't ready, isn't available.
They weren't there. And if it was Simpson, it may be Longmire. The only tried coach I'd go for would be Longmire. Definitely not Simpson. You can't have a team at the bottom of the ladder for 5 years and think that that's not your fault. That's a disgrace. And this media bandwagon that he's going on, let's not hopefully we don't get sucked into that, right? Yeah. Because what he did to that club is disgusting. The biggest club in the league, West Coast, the more money than anyone, they could go throw 10 mil at their footy department, pay $1 million in tax, right? He had him on the bottom of the ladder for 5 years, absolutely hopeless. And he had stars, right? Yeah. They say, oh, he won a premiership. He had stars, mate. He had a midfield of Nat Nui, Kerr. He had Brownlow medalists. He had a Kennedy, he had a McGovern, and all he could do was one flag when they get 13 home games a year. Mate, he ain't the one. So it was up to Longmire, but what did Longmire do? He went into the corporate world. So he wasn't going back into coaching. And with this glut of assistants, 5 years ago, sometimes in life you just it's all about timing. It's luck comes your way. So it's when the right free agent is available and he wants to come to Melbourne and you've got the pick, beautiful, works out for you. For some reason with Carlton, nothing ever works out. Now, I'm a big believer you create your own luck, so that's on us. We don't create our own luck. And the harder you work to get into certain positions and be strategic, that's when the luck looks like it comes your way. So that's not us. But I don't think that there was an assistant that sometimes in the media there's an assistant that pushes and everybody talks about him. That's just not there. So Melbourne took a punt on Stephen King, but no one was talking about Stephen King. Let's be honest. He wasn't on every journo's lips. So they took a punt. Whether that works out or not, good luck to him. But you can't expect Graham Wright in his first year of CEO, when he is an actual professional at picking coaches. People forget in 1 year, he sacked Buckley. He identified Mitchell. Mitchell wanted to coach Hawthorn for the legacy piece. So then he went to McRae. He got 2 senior coaching roles right in the one season. Right? So that's why I say you should do an episode called Clarity, because let's now see what Graham Wright can do. And I can tell you right now, watching Voss, he would be sitting there. He's definitely going to sack him mid-season. He'll definitely sack him sooner rather than later because you know what? In my opinion, when they interview him and say, oh, but did you reach out to Craig McRae? I reckon he's lying. I reckon he did, because he can't help himself. Success leaves clues, and that's what he's done in the past. And I reckon that's what he's trying to do. But while he's got Voss there, and the media is so onto everything at the moment, he can't talk to anybody, because the minute he goes and has a conversation, it's going to be reported on. So I reckon he will sack him sooner rather than later, because if you're so good at selecting coaches and you're such a footy brain like he is, it would be killing you to have your hands tied behind your back, not being able to do anything. I believe he made the right call last year, because if he had picked the wrong coach, only because that right coach wasn't available. That's just honestly what I reckon. The right coach that he wants wasn't there because he knows what qualities to look for. You can't tell me that picked Mitchell and McRae in the same season doesn't know what coach to look for. I believe the assistant coach wasn't there. And while Voss had a year on his contract, he wasn't doing anything wrong. You let the contract go. You know, the whole media, the narrative last year was, but Carlton, they can't just be seen as they're forever sacking coaches. Well, he's done the right thing. We let him have a 5-year tenure because so we can attract the right coach next time. Let's not be seen as a board that succumbs to media. Let's not be seen as a weak board that does things willy-nilly. So he actually did the right thing. Well, he got a year to go. He knew that we recruited 3 VFL out of the 6 blokes we brought in. 3 of them were genuine VFL players: Dirksen, Reed, Florent. So this, I don't know where we're going to get a hit this year, where we're going to go up the ladder. So let Voss walk the plank. And now everyone will turn on Voss because after a game like today, and all them shows midweek are going to highlight all these deficiencies, Voss is the fallout guy.
Yeah.
And then Graham Wright's got months to work on the new coach, and the new coach will come in with Wright, he'll come in with Davies. We got the back room right last year. You got to build the house on solid foundation. And even if we got, and that's what we're all happy about last year. Like we got to think of the positives. The positives was last year we actually got a decent footy manager. We got a decent CEO / list manager / footy manager, because that's what Graham Wright is. We don't care about the business of footy because half of it is subsidised by the AFL. Right? Anyone can be a CEO of a footy club because you get your wages paid for. Not many businesses can, in real life can do that. So we've actually got footy people running the club now. So let's let them do their job. He changed everything he could last year, and he didn't have the coach he wanted, so he let it go for a year. And now he's not going to be shy. If he's got to sack Voss in round 9, round 10, he'll do it.
Well, I mean, it's just sad that we're at this point this early in the year.
It is, but it was always trending that way.
Yeah.
It was always trending that way. And I think I mentioned to you last year, not many people want to talk about it, but there's a real big fallacy with Nick Austin. There's a massive fallacy there. People say, he built Bulldogs. Everyone watching this should Google what Nick Austin's role was at the Bulldogs and what years he was in that role, because it was after the flag. He didn't build the 2016 list. It was 2018 that he was a list manager till 2020. And in that time, Sam Powell he was a recruiting manager, and Sam Powell was still the list manager. So Nick Austin was hired by the previous regime that I don't really want to talk about because we knew how bad Lloyd that was. But the 19 blokes that Austin's brought in, I don't think not one of them has led to potential long-term success. And everybody, there's no spotlight on him.
Yeah.
So in the big picture scheme, if you get your list manager wrong and your coach wrong, where do you expect to be after 5 years? That's all. That's why I said, we got ultimate clarity.
Yeah.
After 5 years, after inheriting Silvani's list, and let's see what he's like as a list manager. GWS, he got the world's most number 1 picks because they got given the most draft hand that anyone's ever had in the history of footy. Couldn't win a flag. He's butchered St Kilda by recruiting one. He's recruited 5 Carlton players in the past 2 years, right?
He recruited his own boys.
5 of them, mate. He's picked 5 from Carlton. So where are they? So that's why I think we've just got ultimate clarity. Like if you get your list manager wrong, you get your coach wrong. Inevitably, you're going to get your recruiting wrong. Therefore, your resources i.e. your players, and then you don't have a coach that can develop those players, where do you expect to be? Bottom 4. So but in order to change that, if you've got the guy at the top that can actually make decisions, that actually knows the difference between right and wrong, which is Graham Wright, once he fixes those 2 things, he's already fixed everything else, then we can build this house on solid foundations, and then we can rise. And the thing with Voss, strategy, we all know he's so deficient in that, but what player has flourished underneath him? He's only improved one area, and that's why I'm saying he's so unsophisticated, because he's improved contest. Hewitt has flourished under him. Cripps and Cher on the inside, but that's all. He's improved our contest, and that's what Voss was. He was a contest. So when the number one
that was the outcome of the 2021 external review. Before they hired Voss, the contest, that's where the words contest and pressure actually started, from that 2021 review.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, and when Jad talks about certain senior players, this is why you need, the game has changed. So that's all well and good. You've improved our contest and pressure, but then the AFL has just gone and changed all the rules and tried to make it a free-flowing game, and now we're stuck with all these contests and pressure guys. And if you're coached in 2 seasons, like one, you've always to be number 1 or to be, say, top 4, you've got to be ahead of the game, let alone be able to adapt and react. So we can't even adapt and react, let alone being ahead of the game. So we've got zero innovation, and yet we don't have a coach that can adapt and react. So we can't get out of this quagmire, and that's what we're in. I thought last year watching the footy was worse than the years that we were rebuilding under all those bogus coaches, because it was just so hopeless. It felt hopeless. We were kicking 50 points a game. It was so hopeless. So we're in this quagmire, and it's happened again this year. We're in this hopeless period. Today I was actually, I still got excited over the Richmond win, although Tom Lynch let us win that game. And I wanted to be excited even winning today. I'm not a supporter that goes, oh, we just beat North by 4, look where we are. No, as a supporter, if you win, right? We're not good enough. Our history over the last 30 years doesn't give us the entitlement to say, oh, as Carlton supporters, we can be unhappy with wins, right? Because that's not us. You're living in the past. In the present, today, I watched us have a side on ice, and we couldn't. A good coach would have identified this as that we're playing against a terrible defense. If we win it out of the middle, we get it in deep forward, and we have Hayward there at the feet. We have Taylor Byrne there at the feet, mate. We could have kicked 20 goals at halftime. Yeah. And the other thing that pisses me off with this coach, and this is why I didn't like when certain guests bag senior players, mate, I've got staff with so many deficiencies, but I certainly don't let them try and show those deficiencies too much, right? So, what Craig McRae does with Scott Pendlebury, he plays him 60% of the game time, right? You want to go and recruit Cooper Lords, you want to go and recruit Camporeales, you want to go and recruit Flynn Youngs, mate, build some midfield depth for fuck's sake. Yeah. Like, don't make Cripps play 100% of game time. Cripps and Voss are the same person. They're so stoic and they're so optimistic. They're champions. They're legends in their own right. Don't ever expect them to, like what Jad was saying, oh, Cripps should just be a hand. He's not that type of person. Someone strong has to say that to Cripps, because Cripps, he'll go out there dying, and he'll end up ending his career without any dignity unless a proper coach can actually not highlight his deficiencies, but actually help him in this last couple of years. Because, mate, the game's only going to get quicker. Cripps is only going to get slower. And this thing about making him look like a fool, getting fucking stopped with the ball all the time. And, yeah, we all know he can't defend. He can't run 2 ways. But Damien Hardwick was smart enough to do that with Dustin Martin. Craig McRae's smart enough to do that with Scott Pendlebury, right?
Yeah.
Cripps, and he might not be a forward either, but play him, he's still good enough, because in that third quarter, there was a lot of contests that he fucking won and a couple of goals in the 450 that we got off him. Play him 60% of the time, but have him rotate with someone, right? Build that midfield out. We have we have 5 players that we run through the midfield. Disgusting.
Yeah.
And then in the fourth quarter, we get run over all the time. If you're going to recruit young kids, play them and build out a. You got 5 on the bench now.
Jake,
why? Like,
I hate to cut you off, but
no, you're right.
I just want to get to the next person.
Yeah, all good.
Thanks for calling in, mate.
No worries, mate.
See ya.
Bye.
Sinan Savas with the $8 donation. Terry, Jacob went down and we were up. Why did we leave Govan in the forward line when the lead was disappearing? Shlomir Baraket, $2. Carlton, too big to succeed. All right. Braden, it's time.
Terry. I don't know what to say today. I really do not. This club, dare I say it, we're even worse than Essendon. We are that monumentally stuffed as an entire organisation from top to bottom. And for me to say that as somebody who's a very positive person in life, I think that says it all. And there'll be many people who blame Michael Voss for this, but this is well and truly an organisational breakdown. What has happened to Carlton? And to be honest, I think it starts with the leaders out on the field, in particular, Patrick Cripps and Sam Walsh. And that hurts me to say, because the entire reason why I support this club almost entirely was because of Patrick Cripps, the player he was. But the way he is leading at the moment is not acceptable. It just isn't. And while, yes, the game, I think, as we are seeing it transition, doesn't suit him, he ultimately needs to be showing much more than he is. And the same goes for Walsh. He's a guy with two-way running, right? He should be able to fit into this modern game. And yet, where was he today? Every North youngster, all their talented youngsters outdid him today. And that says it all. He's a guy who should be well and truly on his way to winning a Brownlow medal, if not already have one. And he hasn't. He should be leading this club back up the ladder. He hasn't. He needs to start taking that responsibility. And I'm sorry for Michael Voss. I can't defend him because ultimately he has to take responsibility for this. And that post-game press conference, well, it may as well have been Anthony Albanese on whatever it was, Wednesday or Thursday night, right? The way he was.
Can you summarise it? What did he actually? What did he say? I might see if I can play it.
I really don't know. I really don't know, Terry. I actually don't know, because he was just. It was like a Craig McRae press conference, to be honest. He was trying to deflect everything, come up with however many phrases he could without criticising too harshly. And he didn't take any responsibility. It was like what Anthony Albanese did on Thursday night or whatever. It was the exact same. Bunch of words, no true action, no true meaning behind it, most of it. And I feel bad for the kids who went to that game, right? The Good Friday appeal. Vossi went on for about 5 minutes in that press conference saying, and with all credit, so he should, but at the same time, it was like he was trying to do that to save any blame from going on himself. And to be honest, for a guy like him, who's been one of the greatest leaders probably in AFL history, that was not really acceptable to me.
Mate, it is a calamity what happened today.
And Will Hayward, I don't know what he was doing today. That's when I think that he sums it up. Will Hayward today.
I think Jace called earlier and sort of mentioned about Will Hayward. He's not being Will Hayward.
No.
He's not acting like Will Hayward.
No.
And I mean, I do the ratings.
Dare I say it, he's acting like Charlie Curnow in a way.
Well, Pommy and I do the rating show, and Pommy watches a lot of these kids when they're in the draft.
Yeah.
And he makes the comment a lot about certain players who, if we talk over the last 5 years, so he watched Ollie Hollands as a junior, he watched Lockie Cowan as a junior, and he often makes the comment around these guys don't play like they did when they were kids, like
No.
their attributes. And
Lockie Cowan today, I think he made, in particular early on, he made about 3 or 4 mistakes, just miskicking everything. And I can't particularly remember, but I think they got a goal off at least one of them. And that's not the player he was at junior level. He looked like Colby McKercher at junior level, playing for the Tassie Devils.
Mate,
and at AFL
Colby
level, he's been
McKercher.
nothing like that.
Colby McKercher today. Oh,
Just ran rings, just absolutely run rings around us.
whatever, man. How do you, I've been watching and I've been following this club for a very long time. And then obviously even deeper over the last 9 years doing this. So like really riding it deeply. It is just stunning how it's ultimately just a documentation of failure. And failure is not permanent. Failure is temporary. You sort of, in life, you keep failing until you succeed.
Right.
But fuck me. As as a club, forget the word organization, as a club, as an identity, as it's all over.
I don't know what we stand for anymore, Terry.
No,
I really don't.
There's so many. I think the word subcommittee is a great word that the club often uses, the word subcommittee, because I think within the entire thing that is the Carlton Football Club, you have subcommittees and they take the form of different interests, different people, different walks of life, the way they talk. What used to be our strength as a club was the fact that we were such a diverse club with diverse people, with migrant families that come in and we help them feel at home in this country, and blue collar workers. And right now it's a little bit of here, it's a little bit there, it's a little bit too much of that, it's a little bit not enough of that. It's just all so out of whack and disjointed. And
there's no cohesion. There isn't.
No,
and you look at a team you look at a club like Hawthorn, right? I was watching that Alistair Clarkson documentary Unfiltered with Hamish McLaughlin, and he said Hawthorn was an absolute basket case pretty much by the time he left. And yet, even within about a year or two of Sam Mitchell, even when they were losing, right, still, they seemed like they were all on the same page just back within that time. We as a football club, where have we been for, God knows how long now, right? Going down the exact same path, and we just can never, ever get behind anything. And in all fairness, the current regime, they've tried to do that with Vossi. And I think I said to you at the end of last year, we need to back him in. Unfortunately, I don't think that can be the case now. And I think you need to bring in, and he's been a consultant at the moment, I think you need to bring in an Adam Simpson. If he wants to do it, if we can get him, I think we need somebody like that.
Why Adam?
Good question. I think he took, a West Coast club that was quite fractured. And I think even though by the time he got there, they were still coming back a bit from where they'd been after the whole Cousins era and such, he rebuilt that entire organisation into something, I think, that today, even though they've been doing bad for the last 5 years, I'm pretty sure the most financially well-off and well-supported club in the entire competition. And he was a major driving force behind that. I don't
necessarily think you're right or wrong.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about modern game and outdated coaches, doesn't he fall in the same category because it was the bygone era?
Probably, to a degree. However...
And again, it might be him. It might just be Adam Simpson. Sure. I don't know.
Well, in an ideal world, we'd find somebody like Alistair Clarkson that Hawthorn did 20-odd years ago. Somebody plucked from nowhere who has all the answers like Sam Mitchell does, ideally. But does that exist? I don't know. And that's what Graham Wright and such have to work out. I think somebody made a good point, though. The recruiting we have done in the last several years, I think, was suited to be that Vossi game style. And the downside of that is once he's tried to move away from that and started failing, at the end of the day, we're not ultimately going to be able to transition very well. That's just the reality of that.
Yeah. Thing is, anyone who comes into this club in any role in official capacity, it's not like every club.
No.
You have to have the ability to handle the wrath.
Right. Yep.
On top of whatever your skill set is.
Yep.
Whatever your skill set is, whatever talent you have as a coach or a player, whatever it is, there is also the reality that you're coming into the Carlton Football Club, and the wrath is the wrath. When it's good, it's good. When it's bad, it's bad. And it's not for everyone.
No, it really isn't. And
it's the weight of it. And you see it on the players. You see it on their face.
Yep.
You see it on them. It's everywhere. And Michael Voss may not be the right man for the job moving forward for this football club.
But ultimately, we also have to ask who is. If it's not him,
who
is?
I've watched so many of his press conferences, and he is what he is. He's limited to what he is as a coach.
Yep.
He is definitely able to put his head out over and over again and just keep copping it. But that doesn't win you games of football, and that doesn't win you premierships.
No,
so he's got the thing. He's got the thing to be able to handle the heat.
Yep.
He doesn't have the thing that
we ultimately want.
Yeah.
The only good positive I can say today is at least I put my money towards the Good Friday appeal and not towards going to the match. That's all I can say.
Very good. Brayden, I love hearing your voice, mate. Thanks for calling in.
No problem, Tara.
I think we all do.
Let's hopefully have a good weekend.
Yeah. See you, mate.
Take care, mate.
All right. Paul.
Terry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I cannot believe for the second time in less than 12 months, you've flown to the other side of the country to watch this club, and they haven't given you a win, not even at the VFL level.
Mate, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I seriously don't. I mean, I joked with you the other day that I've been fully inducted into the Carlton House of Pain, and I certainly have. It's been terrible. 2 VFL defeats, 2 AFL defeats in games that probably before the season you'd have thought, yeah, we got a good chance of winning those. Oh boy. And to top that, I think I've kind of probably witnessed Voss's last game as head coach. I just think it's untenable now. I can't, even if he's removed and we have no immediate replacement, we actually can't get any worse. You know, you could say, well, we did play for 3/4 of the game and not just half a game this week, which we did. But that fourth quarter again, we just go into meltdown, don't we? It's like rabbits in headlights. I mean, and you know, I was sat next to Kangaroos fans, and the lady next to me, she was absolutely adamant that we would win, and I said, no, we won't. I said, I've seen it all before. And she's saying, yeah, but I've seen it all before. I said, no, you're definitely going to win. And, you know, it's terrible to go to a game and after half time, you just know what's going to happen. And it does happen every week. It's dreadful, isn't it? Oh, mate, it's terrible.
That Sheasel goal with the Borat song after, and the flashing lights, and it all just, it's like a simulation. And all you got to do is just plug out, just get out. But you can't, because you're loyal, or you're there under the guise of loyalty. And
I stayed to the end, and I just had my head in my hands. I am absolutely gutted. But, you know, we can only go one way. you know, and things will get better. It'll take time, and yes, but they will definitely get better. We've got a lot of good young players. I'm sure we'll be getting rid of a lot of the more experienced players come the end of the year. I'm certain that we'll have a new coach, and it's probably part of Graham Wright's master plan over the next few years. We will get better. And of course, this means that I will just have to come back, because I can't die without seeing Carlton win a game, or maybe I can. maybe it's going to happen. But I should get on that plane on Monday night to take me home, and come Thursday, I'll be up for the game against in Adelaide, expecting absolutely nothing. I'll get up at the crack of dawn to watch it in the UK, and we'll probably get absolutely smashed. But, you know, you just take it on the chin. We all take it on the chin, and we all move on to the next game. Couple of players that I thought were standout today for me was Elijah Hollins and Newman. I thought they were outstanding. Look, that we can only go one way. We will get better. And, you know, what can I say, mate? I will just have to come back and see a win.
Simple as that. Yeah.
Simples.
The fact that it played out the way it did.
I don't know where and I don't know when, but I'll be back again, and we'll see the Blues win. And it's been great being here. It's been a wonderful experience again. I've loved every minute of it, and it's great to meet a few of the Blue Abroad members as well. It's been really good. Everybody's been really nice to me. Good to catch up with you as well, Terry. And yeah, I'll keep in touch, of course, as ever. And look, go Blues, mate. Take care, everybody. We will get better. It will take a while, but we will get better. There is hope. Be positive. Keep smiling. You know, as they say in the UK sometimes, always look on the bright side of life, mate.
Good on you, Paul. See you, mate.
Take care. Bye now.
Unbelievable. Magnus, club tweet about Weeders in hospital. Hope he's okay. Let me just take a look. I'm just seeing Voss's quote. We have to manage minutes and we have to manage moments, and we didn't. Jacob was taken to hospital for further assessment after the game as a precaution. He will follow the necessary concussion protocols and will miss next week's game. Yeah, copped a knee to the head. Terrible. All right, John. Hello, mate.
Tez, how are you, mate? It's happened again.
It just keeps happening. It just keeps
like
happening.
I said, I wrote in the comments early in the week. Response FC. I've seen it all before, except we got a little bit of a response for a period of time, and then what? The same old. It's over. We know it. I think he knows it now. I mean, you'd have to be an idiot to not know, in yourself that that's it. He won't survive it. This was the game. In every coach's thing, there's the game. This is the game. This is the Bolts, Essendon, 2019. This is it. Gold Coast, Ratton, 2012. This was...
Well, especially after last week. Like to back to back.
Exactly. And he was full of, we know the same old shit. Same old, we're not going to talk. We're going to respond. Well, you responded, mate. You choked again. My question to you, Tez, did you have hope going into the game? Did you believe?
I was bracing for the worst and hoping for the best.
That's right. If you are, us fans are, you think the players believe? They don't.
I haven't been like that at the football today. Oh, I guess towards the back end of last year, I was a bit like that.
Yeah.
Just despondent, not enjoying myself.
The way we are now is the way we were in the Bolton years.
Mm.
You know, just going there, knowing you're going to lose kind of thing, or hoping you're going to win. When you play the lower teams. The top teams, forget that. You know you're going to lose. Forget them. But teams like North Melbourne, even them, I wasn't confident last week. I thought, oh, yeah, maybe. But this is where
Last
we're
week
at.
was my final week of confidence. Going into last week, I was like, we'll beat the D's. Like, the boys will beat the D's.
I thought so. Come on, man. It's Melbourne.
So when it happened last week, the way it happened, I got there today and I kind of just sat there uncomfortable like this for the first half. And the first half was awful. And I was red. That was it. That was like, no, it's over at halftime. And then the third quarter, they come out, lift their intensity. Seen this happen, mate.
The third quarter happened and you thought, oh, maybe. But then you think 20 points. We were 20 points up last week.
Mm-hmm.
20 points isn't enough. I was watching it with my cousin. My cousin goes, oh, you know, if they have, all we have to do is kick 3 goals in the last quarter and we'll win. They have to kick 6-7 goals. Well, they did. You know, we collapsed again. I remember at the end of last year, we made some sort of change with the club psychologist. What's happened? There's nothing's changed. You know,
whatever they implemented. And I mean, I think we're all understanding that things would take time and like the changes happen and let it settle. Like that's all fine and whatever. But
look, these
characteristics of what we're seeing so far this year after a month now. What is it? Four games.
That's right. It's not, and what we keep saying amongst our group of friends, it's not that we lose, it's how we lose.
It's how we play and how
we lose and how we play. We just meant like Essendon losers, but they get pumped every week. They know they're crap, whatever. You know, they're rebuilding, they know it. We had hope. We're up in games. We have flashes of, geez, we've got this figured out. And then we just collapse. We just mentally unravel before our eyes weekly. And
mate,
other teams know it.
Mate, I go into every year, and something I try and practice every year is just don't let last year, like, don't bring the past into the present. You know, don't let the scarage, you know, you sort of like kind of reset. I guess it's forgiveness. Maybe I'm trying to talk about here. Every year I start fresh. I'm like, all right, I'm going to be patient.
Yeah, you do. Fresh hope. You know, every year's another, you know, hope springs eternal.
It's not even overhyped. Like back maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was like amp the boys up, overhype. I kind of got over that. And now I'm just like, all right, fresh, take it as it comes, stay in the moment, don't get stuck in the mud. And then they in record time, year after year, they find a way to find the earliest point in the year. The only difference between this year and last year is that it almost wasn't the same. It almost was 0-4. That's the only difference.
That's true. Look, my only hope is Graham Wright last year, he had a year up from the inside to see everything. And he's still stuck with Voss. And he's still, you know, he had a chance to talk with the players without Voss being around, the players that left the Rats, that abandoned ship. If he really believed Voss was the problem and it wasn't Curnow or Jack, I'm not even going to call him Sauce anymore, Jack Silvani or Doherty, who they say wanted to play on but, you know, retired or whatever. TDK, I mean, TDK is a different kettle of fish. No one's going to knock that back.
Yeah.
If he really thought Voss was the problem and they weren't, he's been around long enough. He would have done. Like, so Paolo's saying, what did we do to, you know, not keep Charlie Curnow happy? I mean, it's a club. It's not Charlie Curnow FC. So I
think those players had to go. I think Charlie. I look at Charlie similar to, I don't know if you know this reference. Actually, it doesn't make sense. I was going to say Kawhi Leonard, great talent, but not a true leader. But Kawhi Leonard won a championship. I think Charlie's a great player. I think he's a star. I think of all of these things. I just don't think leadership and all the extra stuff is for him.
He's not. Look back to when he was younger. I mean, we only drafted him because as a kid he went and drove when he was about to be drafted.
But look, I
That's it.
don't want to make it too much about Charlie because
That's
this
right.
is
But I'm
a-
just
yeah.
saying that I think there's more to play in the back. And even Davies, when you heard them being interviewed at the end of last year, they were always, the expectations were tempered. They weren't. Oh yeah, we hope to improve next year. Well, have we seen it? We haven't seen that. But I mean, there's some changes. You do see some changes in the game plan.
Yeah.
But the meltdowns are still here. The meltdowns. And the players that we've brought in, have any of them made any difference? None.
No. I think out of all
Hayward
of them,
isn't Hayward. Flora
Hayward's
isn't
not Hayward. I thought
Yeah,
Ainsworth
Florence not
actually
Flora.
worked.
There's
I
two
thought
in the
Ainsworth-
reserves already. Chess is in the reserves. Reedy's in the reserves.
Yeah.
And Ainsworth, he started off all right in the practice games, and what's he done? Nothing.
Today he was all right out of all of them. Today he was solid, but I get what you mean. Like it's
Really, there's been nothing. It's been a big nothing burger. Look, we all knew that this year was going to be a stopgap. We knew it. We were like, I remember your preseason predictions were, oh look, if everything goes right, we could sneak into the playoffs. That where we are 5 years into this guy, and I've been the biggest backer of Boss. I cannot anymore. I cannot. It's like it's
Say
negligence.
because the thing is, for me, he's the best coach I've ever seen. I mean, I was born in '91, so Parkin, I don't really.
Yeah. I mean, you lived through the Rat era. He's kind of similar to Rats because Rats, we made 3 years of finals. But,
yeah, I mean, we went further with Voss in my time.
Yeah, true.
So, yeah.
And in his
whatever
first
they do
3
now-
years, we were seeing improvement though, because we went from 8-7 win seasons under bloody Teague. We won 12 games, 15 games, 13 games. So we were winning those games in those 3 years. But if we look back, it was probably on the back of Charlie Curnow heroics or individual stuff more than the team. Because when it came time for the team to step up in those big games, they always failed. End of 22, prelim of 23, elimination final of 24. I don't know. It's just, so I think it's the end. We have to look to the future again.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well,
We don't want Jagger to be Carlton, but I remember you saying that about Walsh. We don't want Walsh to be Carlton. He was. We didn't want Murphy and Gibbs to be Carlton. They were, and Cruiser.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's the answer? Like, what are you yourself? Like, what do you think we can do? What do you think? Something that can change.
some sort of cultural, not overhaul, but realign it. I think we've steered a bit too far away from what we were. I understand, can't be arrogant, Carlton. I really do.
That's gone. That's gone. I lived through that as a kid. Yeah. We're nowhere near that Carlton strut. That's bullshit. That's gone. I mean, that wasn't bullshit. It was great, but that's gone. That's gone. Yeah. 20, 30 years of failure have put bed to that.
Yeah, and this is the thing. It was a big part of what the club was, right? And so it tried to forge this new identity.
Yeah, and we haven't really found it, have we?
It's ultimately a white-collar club, which was built off the work of blue-collar people.
Yeah, yeah. And we haven't really found a new identity because, we keep on stuffing up the appointments. And that's where I finally have faith in Wright and in Davies because they're football people. They're, before that we had Trigg who'd come from a Trigg, and I can't remember, and we had Lloyd and all, and that guy from Richmond that came across that Silvani had the fight with. I forgot his name.
It was Kane Little.
Kane Little. We had them. They were a bit.
Yeah, but even then, right? You look at we bring in Steve Silvani as list manager. Why?
Yeah, it was a job for the boys.
Why do we do that?
Because he was Lord Judicious, mate. Because he was Lord Judicious, mate. He said, come across. Kane, apart from that first draft where we got some right, that was a mess, a total mess. We botched that rebuild. Austin came along. He's had a bit more success than him with what we've brought on. But really, I mean, what's changed?
Yeah.
You know, what's his name's gone on? Jack Martin's doing all right at the Cats. Why couldn't we get him right?
Yeah.
We had him here for 5 years. We couldn't get his development right. His injury thing. The Cats did it in one pre-season. Boom. He's played finals. He's kicking goals. He's doing all right.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, man. And my only hope, look, I don't know if Horse Longmire is the answer. I'm not sure. I thought about Simo last year, but the way he's sort of sounding in the media, sort of distancing himself and kind of being clever about things and whatever, it's kind of put me off him a little bit. Then you think you got, like, are we really going to go down the road of Hinkley because Davies knows him? You know, we're going to go down the old people. Jen Syracuse has missed out on how many jobs he's gone for. Like, why would Carlton be any different? You know what I mean? We're lost, man. Like, I'm listening to myself even talking now. Like, and even, yeah, I don't even. We've got no answers. And every caller that's, you know, coming on, everyone's taking a different angle. That goes to show that we're all. Other people want a full-blown rebuild. Other people want Voss to be gone. Other people say the whole organisation is rubbish.
Exactly.
And neither of them are wrong. No, I'm not saying anyone's wrong, but that goes to show that we're just lost.
Yeah. Johnny, it's been great. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, man. Go Blues, and whatever happens, eh?
Ben.
Hey, mate.
Thanks for waiting.
No, that's all right, mate. That game, I still can't get my head around it.
Same.
Like, you look at it, and we've had all the struggles after halftime. We come out after halftime and play well, or play some decent footy. Walsh steps up after halftime, kicks an important goal for us. Cripps, even though he wasn't getting many touches in the third quarter, he was rucking and getting a few goal involvements. Had the most touches in the last quarter. Newman come back, looked good as new, and we still lost. Felt like we did nearly everything right tonight, or today, and we still somehow lost it.
It's not enough. We keep looking at, and they keep looking at what works well, trying to reinforce it.
Yep.
And they're not doing enough work on what happens and what the solution is when it doesn't go well.
Yeah, like last week, you know that we lost to Cozzy. We know that we lost to Warner and Goulden the week before. Like, we know what beats us. This week, Sheasel kicked his goal, but Sheasel wasn't great in the last. They didn't have anyone that stood out and grabbed the game and ripped it apart. We just let them trickle away at it, and it was pathetic.
It was pathetic.
Like, I don't know. Whoever comes in to coach whenever next, I really just hope we can.
It's like, you know, there's so many people that make up a footy club. And so, you know, a lot of the talk tonight's been about the new people that have come in, whether it's, you know, Davies and the recruits on the field. I mean, if you're any human being that's been at this club for 5+ years or 10 years, I mean, how are you still there?
Yeah.
How are you still there?
Yeah. It's
like,
ridiculous.
where's the freshness? I mean, I thought there was a freshness. We all thought there was a freshness because there was bulk change. Significant change happened at the end of last year.
Yeah.
It did. Yeah. And every time we think we find the next thing that we think we need, we do it, we get it, and then we find a new way to make it all much of the same. Coach will go, new coach will come in, some fresh energy and some fresh bounce, and then little bit by little bit, the little demons will start creeping in again.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be a tough year. Like, I think I'm not going to go to too many games this year. Again, I work away from home, so coming back on a weekend and then forcing myself to a game, I'm not going to do that again this year. But I think St Kilda's the last game that I'm going to go to. I'm going to boo Silvani, and that's about it. I can't keep watching the same non-defense out of a kick in. Every team in the league for the last 5 years has walked the ball out of a kick in on us, and it's still the same today. So I don't understand what we've coached for 5 years. Kicking out, we do the same thing. We chip to the pocket and we all stand still and kick the ball along down the line. It drives me insane watching the same thing 5 years in a row. Sorry. So, yeah, I just don't know where we go. I don't know where we
You've been
go.
calling in for many years. I reckon I was speaking to you back in 2021.
Yeah, it was the second year you started was the first year I sort of properly. Oh, the first year I called. I tuned in from the start, but yeah, yep.
Man, we're still here. We're growing up. Like, we're literally getting old.
We saw 2 finals win, Tez. Fucking hell. 2 final wins.
We wrote a 10-year rebuild in year 8 to finals. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23. It took the 8th year from the 2015 off-season to make finals. We were there for 2 years. And now we're rebuilding again. Wait, what am I talking about? Maybe Rats was the better coach. We made finals 9, 10, 11. Oh, okay. Same shit. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, similar. But yeah, like a Rats era, I was 12 years old, 11, 10, 12 years old. So didn't really, I followed the footy, but didn't understand it. Get to about 15 years old, 2015, going through the shit and thinking, watching my best mate from childhood, Richmond fan, watch the flag, and I was the happiest person in the world when Richmond won the flag. Like, so happy for my mate, and like he wanted to be happy for me. He was happy when Carlton were good, and now we're back at the bottom again.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing what's happened to this club.
Stick fat, hey?
Yeah, no, that's it. But no, thank you for the time, and hopefully you get off pretty early tonight.
Yeah, I'll be right. I don't mind. I don't mind doing this. I enjoy it. I love being here. So,
Good.
Go well, my friend.
No, you too. Thanks for the call, mate.
See you, man. Lewis, it's time. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off. Gonna get copyrighted, bro.
Sorry. I love it. I don't care. I love it. This is funny. It's so funny. Oh my god. This club is pathetic. You know what the funny thing is, Tez? I played today for my club. We were in a similar position with Carlton. We were 23 points up going to the 3/4 time. You know what my coach told me and the rest of the boys? If we let them kick a goal in it, they're back in it. Don't take your foot off the gas. Keep the intensity, keep the pressure up, take the game on, and go through the corridor and make sure we play good football and last for 20 minutes. What does Carlton do in the 4th quarter?
Yeah, mate. They crumble.
The exact opposite, mate.
Yeah, they crumble, man.
There's another that people did not. I feel like people don't mention. Alistair Clarkson in the 3rd quarter went to Davis Uniacke, and he actually punched him in the chest, giving the biggest spray of his life, telling him to lift up his game, coach to go on and lead your team to victory. And mate, he was freaking damaging us in the midfield.
I didn't see that. Was that during the 3rd quarter or 3/4 time?
It was at 3/4 time. He freaking demanded him to respond and lead this club to victory. Has Voss ever done that? Has Voss ever told to a player to stand up for himself, to wake asses
And
up?
then then we all got mad at him for picking on what was it, Jackson Binns.
Oh my god! But it's but I think it's also how you deliver it to him.
Right.
Because Davis Uniacke is an experienced player, and he's been in the AFL for quite a while now. And Alistair Clarkson knows how to deliver a spray to the right types of players that need to respond, and he did that. I'm saying this right now, mate. I've said, and everyone's saying it. Voss is gone. I've said it before. Last week, Voss is out.
Yeah.
This is it. This is just the backup evidence for me. And I've said, and I told everyone, I told my mates, watch, we're going to crumble. We are going to lose to North Melbourne. I gave North Melbourne 75% chance of winning that game. And I gave us 25% of winning that game. North Melbourne delivered that 75% easily. In the fourth quarter, they played 75%, we played 25%. Simple as that, mate. Like, and now next week, we're going to get thumped against Adelaide. We're going to get thumped against Collingwood. And we're probably not going to win a game until bloody Essendon. We're probably going to be... We're probably going to be 1 win and 13 losses, mate. Anyways.
Thanks, Lewis.
So funny. I love it. If you can't quite... I cried last week. I might as well laugh now. I might as well just have a laugh. Because...
Yeah, mate. It may as well.
Yeah. You can't just, go... You can't be upset about it, mate. I've had enough of crying for this club, yelling at this club, or ranting about it. It's just a shit case. And now, since we're Greek and we both need to go somewhere Greek Easter next week, Carl's probably going to spoil that too. Actually, they will spoil that too, mate. Greek Easter. Well, we're not going to let that.
Thanks for calling in, mate.
All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Tez. Go Blues. Out. See you guys later.
Orlando.
What's good, Tez?
Mate, I'm good. How are you?
I'm somewhat horrible, mate. I went to the game today. It was absolutely disgusting. Not great.
You worked the game.
Yeah, I went there. Wasn't great. We were doing so well for first 3 quarters, and then we just fell downhill. It was not great at all. I was absolutely disgusted by all the players' behavior. Everyone's saying just sack Voss and everyone, including the players, even the media team, gone. Everyone gone, man.
Just blow it all up and do it all over again. That's all we know, mate.
Yeah. My father keeps telling me we have next year, and then the next year just gets ruined, man. Do you really think Voss will to love to stay at the club, or would you get rid of him, on your opinion?
Oh, I think it's just a matter of time whether they do it.
Yeah.
Now, mid-year, end of year. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it's just how we get on things,
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, not
What about
want
you?
to be. Sorry?
What about you?
To be honest, I don't even know myself. Yeah. Yeah, that's how we go. Anyways, you going to any other games later this year, or you're going to give it up?
No, I'll be there. I'll be there at every game in Melbourne. I'm going to Perth. I'm going to Adelaide for the Port Adelaide game. I'll be there.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. I'll be there. I'll, whatever. Listen, I'll be a supporter until the day I'm in a hole in the ground. So that's just the way it is.
Yeah. Great loyalty, mate.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah,
Cool.
a lot of stuff to go on.
Thanks for calling in, man.
All right. Take care. I'll see you next time when I see you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. We got Benji.
Terry, hold on. I'll move away from all the people. There's too much noise going on over there. Mate, what was that? What was that?
That was a train wreck, mate.
That was a train. It was slow motion. It was actually slow motion. There was so many things that happened there that you could actually see that were so predictable, that was so obvious, so many coaching errors, so many players errors. It was like clockwork.
Yeah. No, seriously.
Like they actually practiced how to fail. They practiced how to fail.
Yeah.
I don't
and
know.
what was one of the core moments for you where you're like, no, that's big trouble?
There was so many, but I'd say, I can't pinpoint it down to one moment. When I saw Pitto out of the ruck, that was a sign where I was like, what are we doing? When I saw Weeders go down, I thought, I don't know how we're going to stack up defensively. Yeah, I don't know. It was slow motion.
When Cripps got pinged holding the ball, and then I think
How many times does he get pinged holding the ball, huh? It's like, how many times does he try to put it on his shoulders and say, and it does too much?
Yeah.
All the time.
And then also when Kemp went in the ruck after kicking his goal, I thought that was bizarre.
I don't understand that at all. I've also got to say, I watched Voss's press conference, and I understand today's a very important day and everything, but he dragged that like crazy. Like he spent 2.5 minutes talking about that, and then they asked him if this is about it, and he diverted the question. That's when you know he's gone. He's got to be gone now.
I think everyone now knows it. Do you think they'll go hard on us in the media again? I mean, what else can be said?
But at a certain point, the story gets washed. Like you can't rinse the same story. They move on. They move on. We were talking about this the other day, how the AFL, they own everything and they need fresh stories that's going to keep people engaged.
Yeah.
Anyway,
where
to from here, mate? That could be me wrapped for the season. You could put a line through me for the rest of the season.
Give it up. Fair. I wouldn't blame anyone.
It's the first night.
Blame anyone.
I haven't had the footy on the telly on Friday night. I reckon it's the first time. It's been a long time since that's happened.
And the Crows are getting done at home to the Dockers.
How good's that for us, huh? We get a fresh and angry Crows mob that's just going to roll over us. What do you reckon the line for that is? It's got to be 80.5. It's got to be something absurd.
Yeah.
Anyway,
my friend, thanks for calling in.
No
Say hi
worries,
to
Tez.
my love.
Will do. See you, mate.
See you, mate. Fuck, man. Only Carlton.
I'm actually really happy with the game today, Terry. I thought the players did really well, and Michael Voss is a great coach. I think he's trying his hardest. And none of us are AFL coaches, so we can't criticize him, right? We don't know what's going on. You're not an AFL coach. I'm just a tradesman. You're a lawyer. Like, what do we know about footy, right? Sack him tomorrow, bro, please. I've never seen a more useless coach before, Terry. I'm sitting right next to the bench, right? I'm looking at Clarko. By the way, is my mic cutting in and out? Can you hear me fine?
No, you're good now.
Yeah? I watched him. I was watching him the whole night. You know what he's doing when the game's in the balance? While Clarko's out there, he ripped into McKercher. He ripped into LDU, because some of their efforts were terrible, right? We were smashing them in the fourth quarter. So he's giving direction. He's letting his players know what to do. You know what Voss is doing on the bench? Sitting like this, bro. Horror farming. Look at me. I'm Michael Voss. I won 3 premierships 20 years ago, cuz, everything's fine. I got my hat on, like my white Carlton hat. What is the point of you being on the bench? First of all, you don't have a tactical view on the game, right? But Voss isn't a tactician anyways. He likes to sit on the bench, be a motivator of men. I don't think I heard him say a single word in the fourth quarter. What is the point of you being on the bench, right? I think he needs to go, and everyone's like, it's on the players, An issue like that consistently for 23, 24
sorry,
weeks.
you're doing it. It is cutting in and out now with your sound.
Fuck, why?
I'm not sure. It's like when you talk, it fixes, and then when you stop talking and then start talking, it sort of picks you up again. So I've got you, but yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna talk for a little bit, and if it happens again, let me know. If it does, I'll get off, and then I'll change mics. Yeah, it's good now.
Yep.
All right. So one thing I don't understand is people will be like, it's on the players, not on the coach, right? I can understand that, but when it happens consistently for a year, it's not a 3-week issue. Don't let the media fool you. It's not even like an 18th month issue. We've had form go like this since he's been the coach. 2022, you know, we started off well, did shit. 23 started off shit, did well. 2024 started off well, did shit. It's been a consistent thing for his entire coaching career. And I think that's because of talent. I think he relied on talent too much. And now we just don't have the talent there, right? It cannot be just a players thing. It needs to start from the system. Because when a team wins, like when a team like Brisbane wins back-to-back flags, you don't be like, oh, it's because the players are sick, bro, and the coach doesn't do shit. You don't say that. You say, wow, they're a really well-structured team with stars in their lineup, right? Why is it that boss gets the cop-out? It's like the players don't play for him. And you know what? The players might not play for him, but that's a really bad fucking sign too if the players aren't playing for him. Like, Terry, we won hitouts, we won clearances, we tied them contested ball. We were winning contested ball until the fourth quarter. That's our bread and butter, and that's how we win games. If we're doing that and still can't win games, what the fuck are we doing at this football club? We have one of the slowest midfields in the comp. Our centre bounce attendances, it was Cripps, Hewitt, Chera, Walsh and Jagger rotated, but it's mainly Cripps, Hewitt, and Chera, right? Those are the three. They all had like 23, 24 centre bounce attendances. And then
I'm going to cut you off shortly. I just want to run you through. So Carlton Blues fans on Twitter has posted here. This is the center bounce or center ball up attendances from when Carlton were leading 64 to 85. It went like this. So Kemp's kicked the goal and gone into the ruck.
Yeah.
I don't know what you all thought when you saw Kemp.
Michael Moss masterclass, bro. Jose Mourinho, you know?
So it's gone. Kemp, Cripps, Hewitt, Chera. Okay? Then it was 70 to 85. Then it was 76 to 85, so North have kicked another one. It was Pito, Cripps, Hewitt, Chera. North kick another one. Pito, Cripps, Walsh and Chera. Then we're down by 5. Pito, Cripps, Walsh and Chera. Then we're down by 10. Pito, Cripps, Walsh and Chera.
Like,
so it's our best. It's our best available.
I just don't think that Cripps and Hewitt works.
I don't think our midfield works anymore. No, it doesn't. It's fact.
It clearly doesn't. Yeah, no, I mean, but we went from being one of the best midfields in the comp to this, to losing to North Melbourne. No disrespect to them, but they got LDU and then who else? No Cherry on the night. It cooks me because this is our strength. And Boss is like, you know, we pride ourselves on contests. You know, the game plan is win the ball. And in my mind, I'm like, doesn't every team try to win the fucking ball? Isn't that a prerequisite of football? Like, isn't that what you try to do? You want to get the ball in your hands? But whatever. You know what? He's a great coach. I can't even fathom his, like, geniusness, all right? I'm just not on his level. So, if the midfield lineup isn't working, Terry, we have players like Elijah Hollands who provide speed in our midfield. Jagger Smith had 7 centre bounce appearances. I understand he's a young kid, but when we need speed through the ball and the current lineup isn't working, make that fucking move. Like, he loves to make the move of sending Kemp to the back line to the ruck as well, which is his new, that was genius. Brody Kemp in the ruck, beautiful, bro. Next ruckman. Reminds me of Silvani playing in the ruck, you know what I mean? Like, Mackay to the back line at halftime. Like, that was incredible as well. One of the greatest coaching displays I've ever seen in my life, right? Ben Ainsworth, he actually played more offensively this game, which was great. But last week he played as a defensive winger, which cooked me. I also think Ben Ainsworth should be running through the middle a little bit as well. Like, if we need it, because we did that game. Clearly, whatever we were doing isn't working. We were up by 20 points halfway through the fourth quarter. Like, we shut down immediately. We shut down. We tried to hold on to a 20-point lead with 10 minutes left. North tried to win the game. North's young leaders stood up. Like, McKercher stood up. LDU stood up. Harry Sheasel, that's a new memory I'm never going to forget now. Add him to the list with Toby Pink, pocketing Charlie Canner. Like, him kicking that. What a superstar. What a superstar, bro. Like, for a young kid to do that, and steady himself and kick that goal and take the game on, it's a stark contrast to where our senior players are. Name a senior player in that fourth quarter that took responsibility and wanted to, like, take the game on.
Yeah. And, you know, I did the VFL watch along today, and honestly, it's Flynn Young, that's it, who's banging down the door for selection based off today. Fogarty played his role, but I don't think he's coming in next week, and nor should he. And I'm just sort of, as you were sort of saying that, I don't know why my mind went there, but I'm thinking, yeah, Flynn Young, he's earned his spot. Let's just say he comes in, Welcome to Adelaide Oval for gather round, Flynn Young. Young man.
Yeah. Bro, that was that was a one winnable game for the next 8.
Yeah. Yeah, real.
One
real.
winnable game for the next 8. Bro,
We won't be
could
favourite until round 13 now.
That'll be the game of the coaches.
And we might not even be favourite in round 13.
No. We're like it's and I feel bad for Dirksen coming into a game like that. Like, just welcome the Carlton. Like, we're gonna kill some of these kids. Like, we're gonna ruin them. Like, we're gonna Carltonize Jagger. We're gonna Carltonize Dean. We're gonna Carltonize, like these players that have promise. Like Matty Carroll, once again, what a fucking superstar. Matty Carroll is one of the only players on this team that has desire and wants to take the game on. There's not a lot of other people. Like, none of the senior players tonight can hold their head up. None of it. I don't want to hear none of it. Ollie Hollins was insane. Elijah Hollins was great as well, one of our best on grounds. And then there's Matt Carroll, and then there's like Lewis Young. I thought was okay for most of the game until the last quarter. Everyone else was terrible. Like, prospectively, bro, you want to talk about Cripps? I don't know what's up with him. I don't know if he wants to take the game on too much, but like, can you blame Cripps for not trusting the midfielders around him? Look at the midfielders around him. What do? I understand, like,
Thing is, he's culpable today. Like, I get he's a champion and all of that. Nobody's immune from criticism today.
And I think a lot of that is the weight of the captaincy on him. I think he wants to, break the game open. And because he's the captain, he has to stand up. He can't go in the forward line because he's our captain, bro. We need that captain in the mid. That's the way he thinks. And I don't blame him because that's how any competitive athlete will think. But sometimes the club has to make the people behind the player have to make the call and be like, you know what, you hang it up now and you enjoy the rest of your career. It's a weight off your shoulders.
Do you think he'll go?
Terry, I grew up with Patrick Cripps. He is one of my favorite players ever. I can sit here right now and defend him against anyone. I think he's the greatest inside midfielder of all time. I think he's one of the greatest Carlton players of all time. I think the only stain on his name is that he doesn't have a premiership, and that's not his fault. It's the fault of his fucking stupid football club. I want him to go. I want him to go to a club like Freo and maybe win a flag because you're not getting it here. And you're never going to get your fucking flowers here because we're going to have supporters that will be like, bro, drop Cripps. He's shit. He handballs more than he kicks, so he's terrible. Bro, are you stupid? Like, I genuinely want him to go to have success. Not because I don't want him here. I want him to finish his career at Carlton. But he is the only player on this list where if he goes and requests a trade, even as the captain, bro, he could request a trade tomorrow. I'll be like, you know what, Cripps? Thank you very much, bro. Nothing against you. Only player on our list.
Sad, man. Sad.
It's so bad. It's
sad.
Bad.
And we're all just, fuck. Round 4 is over. There's like, we're already talking like this. We're already talking about the next coach, the next captain, and there's 19 rounds to go.
But he's gone, though. You agree, yeah? He has to go.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it's the end. It's just a matter of time, whether it's whatever, mid-year, end of year, tomorrow, tonight. It's time. I've supported the club long enough to know how this all plays out. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it's. I feel for him because it's very much. It's if he wants to keep his job, it's like he has to make wild card. But I don't think this list is that good enough to make wild card. So it's like he's in a bit of a rock and a hard place. But at the same time, you put yourself in this position, bro. This is your 5th year.
Yeah, look, he's a big boy. He's paid a lot of money. He had a crack. He got 5 years. He couldn't do it. It is what it is. Made a prelim. Thank you. And we'll just... The question's going to be how deep do they go this time when it comes to, the change. There's not all the players that are out of contract. How many of them are going to go? Because there's, like it happened last year, there's the players that are out of contract and there's the players that are in contract that you want to trade. It doesn't just magically happen like that. I mean, we got one trade done, which was significant, where we got a lot back coming back the other way. That was a contracted player. And then we were, got some free agency compensation. But I mean, look at how we're talking. It's round 4.
Bro, there's 5
Look at how
months
we're
left.
talking.
There's 5 months left, 4 months left in the season, bro. I can't believe we're here this early. I didn't have like crazy expectations, but to be here after 4 rounds,
Yeah.
and it's not even like we're overreacting. I don't think anyone's overreacting. This is genuine. Like we're a bottom 4, bottom 3 side.
Yeah. We're a bottom team.
We're back here, and like, can we talk about our forward line real quick?
Sure.
Can we talk about how it's probably the worst forward line in the AFL?
Looks so good on paper.
Does it? Harry Mackay, like, and also I think I'm not going to take away anything from Brody Kemp because he has great hair, and that's the only positives on the list about Brody Kemp, right? I think him kicking 3 goals and having 6 shots on goal, we had like 3 goals, 3 behinds, right? That is the biggest indictment to Patrick Cripps' career. I mean, not Patrick Cripps, right? Harry Mackay's career. Because, like, bro, how can it be your forward line? How can you be a Coleman medalist? Because if Mackay was shit, Terry, then I would understand, right? I would be like, you know, like, what can you expect from him? Like a Brody Kemp, like a Mitch McGovern, you don't expect much. Mackay's a Coleman medalist. He's a supposed Coleman medalist.
What was the difference? See, this is the key difference, though. He hadn't had it. I don't think Harry had signed his big long-term deal yet before he won the Coleman. I'm very, very sure that these long-term deals, for some players, they were able to keep their motivation to improve. But for a lot of them, and it happens in world sport, long-term deals, it's security, it's safety, and they lose the will to improve. I mean, Harry's had his own issues as well, but he's just, I don't think he wants the responsibility as a key forward.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, I think he's very much, and I think the people that came into the year being like, "Oh, Mackay's going to be a lot better because Charlie's out of the squad, right? And it'll be his forward line, and Charlie was holding him back." I think they've never watched Mackay play AFL before because, like, he has never really been, other than 2021, which was the outlier. He's never been the key guy. He's like all his deficiencies where he goes and he's not that physical. He got to hide behind Kerner because Kerner was the star. He's kicking 5-6 goals a game, 80 goals a year. You know, it hides that. When you're in a good team, it hides your deficiency. We're no longer a good team. There's nowhere to hide from him. There's no longer support. Like his support is Brody Kemp and Mitch McGovern. No, Mitch McGovern we delisted last year, bro, and Brody Kemp is a backman, or apparently a ruckman now, according to Voss. Like, there's nowhere to hide from him. And like even the players we recruited, man, like Hayward. What happened to him? Has he been Carltonized already?
Yep.
Already 3 weeks in, 3 games in, we've got to him.
It's happened to him.
How, bro? How? Like, why can nothing ever work for us, Terry? Like, is it real? Is it ever going to get better? Can you not lie to me? You're older than me, right? I'm 20 years old. Am I ever going to see success in my life? Like, I really wanted to see a flag before I got married so I could do like hooligan shit on Lygon Street. Am I going to see a flag before I get married?
Bro, I won't say. I used to think, get it in my 20s. Perfect. I'll be in my 20s and I'll see it. And then I thought, all right, fine. Early 30s. I'm pretty sure I'll be in my 40s and we'll still be on the journey. You look around the league, the interstate clubs are the ones that have the best lists moving forward. It's just the way, like, these big Melbourne clubs, they've like maxed out. And like the direction of the league and where it's going and where the best teams are right now and so many other factors. But I don't want you to think that I'm giving excuses because it doesn't matter what the circumstances are. We have a competitive advantage that many other clubs would want as well. We just can't. This club just can't figure it out. It's been trying to for however long.
Yeah.
Maybe it hasn't. Maybe it's been trying to lose this whole time.
Hey, I have the biggest theory that this is a social experiment to see how long supporters can really suffer until they like burn the club down, until we stage a coup.
Yeah. Well,
maybe it's that.
Well, then we'll run the club.
I'll be the social media manager. You can be the president. We'll get Pommy as the coach. You know, like we'll be sick, bro. We'll lock in.
Yeah.
Also, can I just point out? I've got nothing else to say. I'll let you go soon. I'll let
All right.
myself go soon. Jack Darling on Chera, that rundown tackle last year, has now been surpassed. Caleb Daniel on Jagger Smith. Sick, bro. Have you seen that? Sick. I can't wait for Kanga TV show to send me that every fucking 5 minutes for the next 6 months. Great.
Yeah, shout out Marnie.
Don't shout, bro. She's got enough fucking happiness. She doesn't need to shout out Blue Abroad, bro. Her team's gonna make finals, and we're out here being shit.
Mate, thanks for calling in.
Hey, make sure you guys stick fat. Voss is a great coach. It'll turn around.
See you, bro. Vasi, at what point is enough? At what point is enough, Terry? Voss out. Yeah, mate. I think we've reached enough. That's for sure. Andy.
We're here again, bro.
You want to talk about people that have been calling in from the very beginning? Fuck, man.
It's just not getting better, bro. It's it's not getting better. It's like it's not even staying the same. It's just getting worse.
Yeah.
It's just so much worse. Like we all had pretty low expectations for the year. But this was pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I can't remember the club being so mentally fragile and like my time being a supporter. I can't ever I remember us being bad, like really bad. But even when we were bad, I thought we were still having a bit of a crack, with the young boys. I can't ever remember a time where we've been this mentally fragile. Where we're giving up leads like this, so late in games. You just knew it was going to happen. It was just a matter of when. And I actually thought today was going pretty well. Even like they kicked the goal, we'd kick a goal back in the last, and we just maintained that 20-point, that 15, 21-point buffer. And then when they got two in a row, you just knew. You just knew it was going to happen. I'm actually really worried about our youth. I'm so worried about our youth because we don't have much of it as far as like quality youth. I don't think we've got that much quality youth in our team. And I'm just worried that they're gonna grow into this weird environment of nothingness, like there's just nothing really to look up to at the club. Our leadership is so down, almost non-existent. Yeah, it's pretty grim.
No, it is.
Yeah.
I remember, Bolton days were Bolton days. 3 wins from 44 games before he got the sack. That was just, they obviously ran out of patience and time and whatever. Teague days, there was still that we were talking about 5-goal swings and fragility. And hindsight's great, but that was a terrible appointment. The board just copped the vibes at the end of 2029 and 2019, I should say. Sad part about all of this, even though Voss is going to go, is that he's the best one out of the lot. He's the one he got the team playing like a hard brand of footy, which was important at the time. I remember 5 years ago we were saying we're weak as piss. I actually don't think we're weak as piss. I just think, maybe mentally we are. But he did bring a hard edge somewhat, but then the game's just gone somewhere else, and the mental fragility just remains from before him, from Teague, and that's why you got to question: is it just a club thing?
Oh, definitely for me.
Has to be.
Yeah, definitely. Because I was just listening to Tush talk about Hayward being Carltonized. Bro, Hayward and Florent have come from a system that maybe made them look better than what they are, whereas you come to a system like ours and you're really going to get exposed because you haven't got, good systems in place around the ground and off the field probably. So, you're really going to get exposed at Carlton for everything, like there's nowhere to hide at Carlton. In Sydney, good culture, good system, you come from, it's pretty much like it is a two-team town. So, and footy is not the main, it's not the main sport there. come to Carlton, probably the loudest supporter base, the most heightened supporter base. We're just going to see everything. So I actually feel sorry for these guys. Like, do you remember Haynes last year, first game against Richmond? Copped it from his own supporters. Like, we all lost it at Haynes, so it's, for me, man, I'll say it again. I'm so worried about our youth, because if whatever's happening, if that doesn't change, then it's just going to be another repeat. You're going to have these players who are just going to grow up in a culture of mediocrity, at best. And then that's what they're going to teach the new youth. And it's just that cycle. I don't know how to, and I actually think the only way to beat it is by winning. You just got to create a winning culture.
Yeah.
And we're just not capable.
So Collingwood, by contrast, and maybe this isn't relevant to us right now, but they don't do the draft thing. They top up, they know they're a big club, they're proactive, it's win now, mature ages keep coming to them, etc. Like, it might blow up in their face, whatever, but it seems to work for them. I fear we're going to be in that cycle of the team that just keeps going to the draft to fix it.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, I don't know if we're a club. I mean, Collingwood had young premiership players in Sidebottom and Pendlebury who can sort of coach them out there on the field. They're intelligent, all these things. They're also real with who they are and their identity. Whereas we have never been a club, in my experience, that can have older players playing without the supporter base not wanting the younger players coming in. So we want the young kids to come in, but we also want to win games. That's why I thought when Sard's now playing VFL, this is like the turnover has happened. Akers is now playing VFL. The turnover has happened. Haynes was available. He's playing VFL. So tick, tick, tick. Newman, Boyd, kicking skills, tick. Dirksen, Story, tick. Burn, kids, tick, tick, tick. But nothing changes. Nothing else changes.
Culture, man. You can tick as many boxes as you want. I feel like culture is the biggest box to tick. And I don't think we're even on that page. We're not even on the page of culture. And I think culture takes years to build. And maybe they are. Maybe these are just the very, very early tough stages of a new culture. But it's hard to watch, man. It's hard to watch, and it's hard to see the light. When you've lost so much, I think losing Charlie, losing TDK, that's actually killed us, man. Like, it's hurt us on field because we haven't replaced those players. Not even like quality wise, but even just like a big forward or a good ruck who can play well around the grounds. And maybe that is going to be Reedy, but right now it's like we're just trying to fill holes. We're trying to fill holes, and maybe this is just a holding year and it's just gone really bad so far. But man, I really, really worry that we aren't going to be that Collingwood where good talent wants to come to us. Unless we're flashing that checkbook again, where we're locking in players to like ridiculous deals, and then they come, and like you just said earlier too about players getting comfortable with that big contract and not being motivated, we're just going to be stuck because we just went through that. And those contracts are just starting to fall off. So, man, we're in a really, really tough spot.
They can't keep selling the hope. The business model of selling hope works. But if you want to get real, you've got to stop selling hope, and you've got to just start showing hope. Don't sell it, show it.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you use that word real. I don't think that, like, the club cares. I don't think they care about what's real as opposed to what they can sell us. Like they're always selling us a feel-good story. They're always selling us, the next generation. But what's real is the members rocking up every week and walking away dissatisfied every week. Eventually, that's just going to crack. That's not a sustainable business model. Like, you can't you can't have your member base just walking away unhappy repeatedly, week after week. That they're just not going to rock up, and yeah, it's a grim little period. Call me like a bit like stupid, but I actually think we can salvage something from the season. I really do. I don't think it's it's all over, but like last year, it's just little things. We got to keep building on our culture. I feel like if we just pack it in and look, Voss, everyone that watches our show knows how I feel about Voss. I don't think he should be our head coach, but irregardless of that, I just think there are way more important things we need to focus on. And that, for me, the most important thing is creating an environment that our youth can blossom in. Because if we don't do that, we're going to be doing this in another 15 years. It's just going to be another cycle, another wasted, not just rebuild, but rebuild window. Like a window was like
from your
1 year.
point of view, what gets you on board for the rest of the season? What gets you, what gets you satisfied and bought in to the point where you can go, you understand what's happening, and you understand they're probably going to lose against the good teams? Like what's that for you? What does that sound like or look like?
It's a really good question. I actually don't know. Bro, at first I thought, you know what, just give me 4-quarter effort. Then I was like, maybe that's so far out of reach. I just want 3-quarter effort. But they gave us 3.5 quarters today, and we still shat the bed, so bad. So it's like, is it just quarter by quarter? Do we just, maybe it is just let the youth run out there, But like you said earlier too, Tuatush, hey, bring in Flynn Young, play Adelaide next week, probably get belted. There goes his confidence. So we've got to try to manage these young players, and kind of protect them from getting beaten. You don't want them to get beaten up because that just, drains you. But at the same time, you have to expose them to AFL, and AFL is brutal. So finding that happy medium is going to be really, really tough. And there are people that are actually paid big bucks to make those choices and make those decisions. So we can sit here and say, yep, this is what I think the club should do. But if those guys who are getting paid, those 6 figures, sometimes 7, if they can't get it right, we're going to be in a bad way for a long time.
So one thing I recall from, we'll call it Rebuild 2, so the 2015 rebuild, is we went a bit too deep. We played some of these kids, we played too many of the kids too early and didn't build the certain attributes in them through the VFL and things like that. And that's why we've got nothing to show for Petrevsky, Seaton, Dow, Fisher, O'Brien, Stocker, yada, yada, yada. I sense the rhetoric, not just from all of us. I also want to see the kids play. I want to see the next wave, but I sense it repeating because we want a lot of them in, but we made that mistake 10 years ago. Didn't have enough, maybe didn't keep enough senior players, didn't get the right senior players around them to cop the bruises and that. And the guys that were there that were supposed to protect Wiedering and Mackay and that, not like Wiedering and Mackay, and they're now the ones that have got to protect this next wave and just cop the brunt of it, so to speak.
Well, that's the thing. We need to attract somehow those good senior players from other clubs. The guys that have been there, done that, and it always goes back to what Luke Hodge did at Brisbane. Like that kind of role. You're probably not going to get a Luke Hodge type. But if we can get someone, man, Freo's got 2 or 3 Richmond players. West Coast pulled in 2 or 3 Richmond players from that premiership group. We should be trying to find that and just get someone or a couple people from good culture. Haynes is great, don't get me wrong, but Haynes isn't a premiership player.
Yeah.
I want to see, potentially some good premiership talent from other teams, get them in for a couple of years, just show us what it takes. Show us, what training looks like. at an elite level, at a premiership level. Show us what recovery looks like at an elite premiership level. We don't have that. I feel like,
Bro, we can't even clean our dressing rooms
nah,
without
we
our
can't,
players
bro.
getting staph infections,
Fucking
man. On the fucking
OHS, bro.
massage table, bro. Like these guys are getting infections at the club, man, because we don't clean it properly. Like
Yeah.
a new thing now. They don't clean the club properly.
Mm. How bad is that? Like actual, bro. I sell packaged liquor. I sell packaged in a package liquor, not loose, packaged, and I get health inspectors coming in. Like, what's going on at the club? It's crazy, bro. We're just off in so many departments, and if you can't clean the club, you know, like it's like waking up in the morning and not making your bed. Just make your fucking bed, bro. Start the day by making your bed. That's it. You've accomplished that one thing in the morning. It's so small and so basic, but you know what? You've walked out of the house. You've already done something. You know, these blokes aren't even cleaning the fucking massage table. Like, what is happening? At a gym, if you're a stranger, you're wiping down the machine for the next person. Just you know, yes, it's like a rule, but also out of like good faith, you just do it. Do we have cleaners? Like, I don't understand.
I mean, footy clubs, they all get cleaned every night. Industrial grade, apparently. That's what it's actually just ironic that a lot of us talk about how infected the place is and like there's a rot and this and that, and then literally 5 staph infections in 12 months. Like,
crazy.
It's whack-a-mole. It's whack-a-mole.
Actual.
This
There's
one
something
comes
else.
up like it's whack-a-mole. It's
man, it's tough, bro. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a long season, bro. Long season.
Yeah.
I always say this to you, bro. I respect what you do here, man. Like hearing negativity for like however many hours you jump on for, bro. I don't know how you do it, man. But thank you for doing it because this is an outlet for all of us. So thank you, my man.
Thank you, man. Thanks for calling in.
All good, bro. Have a good night.
See ya. BJ.
Hey, how are we?
Well, you're good, mate. How are you? Like the setup.
Thank you. I've been watching since about COVID. I think I started watching you, but I haven't called in before. This is the first time, so excited to be here.
Mate, no better time to call than after a demoralizing loss.
That's it. I'm in a little bit of a weird place with this one. I guess we'll start with the game itself. You know, in that first 15 minutes, I was like panic stations, to be honest. Watching the way that we tried to cover the ground, the disposal gap, the marks especially were 20 down. I think we were in the first 15 minutes. The tackle count was, I think we were like 5 to 20 at one point. And everything was kind of, the signs were there that we were in for a long day. To Voss's credit, though, I think it was the first time within a short amount of time I've seen a change up in our tactics that actually countered what was going on. We were out 2 behind the ball for probably 15 minutes where we just kept having them 2 loose behind the ball after the switch every time in transition. And we evened up the numbers within 2 minutes into the second quarter. And we looked pretty good for a long period of time there. And it wasn't until that last kind of 10-minute period again where that pressure came back on that whatever we did to fix up what we had going on behind the ball again just fell apart. And those runners kept coming through us, 2-3 overlapping in the back and no one picking them up again. And just whatever at the end there we'd done to plug that gap, we just let it fall away again. And it was really tough.
Yeah, I was asking earlier about like what people saw as, you know, the moment, the moments. Someone had written it in the chat. The Florent handball to Pitto, who handballed straight to Zane Dursma.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the writing on the wall, wasn't it?
Pitto was pretty good today. Well,
he was overall after the first quarter. I don't know what happened to him in the first. He lost the first 6 hit-outs. 6 hit-outs, I think he went without winning one. Against, I think it was Charlie Combin or something, or someone at the start. I didn't know what was happening there, but he managed to pull it back together. So we ended up dominating that start.
Cooper Trembath has had 11 hit-outs. Jack Darling's had 5, and Callum Coleman-Jones has had 6.
Yeah, it was Coleman. It was Coleman at the start.
Yeah, Pito's had 39 hitouts and Cripps has had 1 and Lewis Young's had 1. So no issue
And
getting
Kemp
our
was
hands
in
on the
ruck for a
ball.
while. Yeah, no, it was tough to watch. And I think, honestly, a lot of it comes back to tactics for us. And I've been harping on about this for a while and watching the way that, especially we try and number off on transition, you'll see a lot of teams will push 3 out and kind of like a fan almost to start their kind of switch, and they'll do it fast. What will have happen is we'll try and number that off slowly. And I don't know why we're so consistent on having a 5-meter gap between our player and our kind of zoning. And then we just constantly lose that advantage on the switch. And then when we do it the other way, we do it with 2 out on a fan. We don't do the 3, and we take so long. It's like the last one we did with Newman coming across the ground at the end of the 3rd quarter. I could hear, I think fans were screaming Newman for 10, 20 seconds before the switch actually happened. And it's that delay. But it's almost coached. I feel like they're teaching them to be slower, because it's been a year and a half of this now. Like, you'd think at some point, like, the speed on the ball, even if you were going to make mistakes, would be there. Yeah, it's really tough to watch.
It's tough to experience, man.
And I think it comes to a lot of our tools. Like, if you look at our forward line today, we had Govan, Kemp, and Harry. And Harry started about 35 out from goal at every single centre bounce. So no wonder coming out of our back line, like our forward line there, like their back line, it's so easy to get out because we're playing 3 tools. Like, I can't name another side that's still doing that in 2026. Like, we brought in Hayward as well, who at Sydney played as their second tall again with Amos for a long period of time. So he's going to play that style like a Jamie Elliott, a tall player again. But that's essentially 4 talls and 1 or 2 smalls that come out of our forward half. So, you know, with someone like Cripps, usually what you do is you'd have a half forward come into the midfield to take his man who is going to run off Cripps, right? It's going to happen. You can't stop that. He's not fast enough to get in transition when it happens. So a half forward would take that role and Cripps would roll to that half forward or half back to take that person. But what we have is we just seem to not have our half forwards able to run because we've got 4 talls or 3 talls up forward. And it's the same down back today. Who were our biggest threats? Darling and Larky. So what we had was Weeders, great. We had Young as well, and Dirksen, and then at some point we threw Kemp back as well. So we started going 4 tall in the back line, and then no wonder their smalls got to work on us in that time period. So I don't know what the obsession is with 3 or 4 talls constantly, but you look at Brisbane, Oscar Allen's their only tall, 5 running players. Like that's how they set up. You know, like they've got Loman Bailey's, they've got you know, half the time. Yeah, Logan Morris is their mid-size, their version of Hayward. So I think honestly, when we get a new coach, which is probably inevitable at this point, that's probably the first 2026 style football change that you'll see is a lot more runners in the actual team, and it probably helps us in the long run.
Yeah. Pommy made an interesting comment here in the chat. It's kind of, I mean, it's just a harsh reality. Just being honest about our recruits. So Ainsworth, Hayward, Florent, Chesser, and Reedy, none of their sides that they've come from care so much so that they left. And
yeah.
They're solid to good players at best. Structure and system with standard is ultimately everything for players like that. And look, I think they will get more comfortable at the club as they continue to be here. But right now,
and when that system matches someone like Hayward, like we were just saying with Sydney, he played as a second tall. Right now, he's trying to find his way as a small running transitional player with 3 talls around him. So, like, there's only so much in a tank for a player like that to try and play a role that's not his. So he may have looked better in Sydney's system because he was allowed to do that kind of second tall, but he ran more than anyone else. So good luck defending him. But if we bring him into our team and we're going to make him play against, you know, like a running halfback like McKercher, I think was on him at one point. Like, what's he going to do against McKercher?
Yeah.
But yeah, for me, I think that's pretty much the biggest issues we're having. But like, thank God for Newman being back today. The way he uses the ball out of the back line and he transitions and he just, even when he takes and it's that simple stuff. And, you know, a couple more players like that back in our side and Boydie there with him. You know, the next thing is that forward line leading up at the ball carrier. Like, the amount of times that we run backwards with our hand in the air, or we just stand still and wait for a wrestle, it's just like once that kind of movement and those smalls are there and they're starting to cut angles and they're running at the kicker, I think it can change really, really quickly for us. I still see us as a really highly talented list. I really do. I think we're just really out of shape.
Yeah, we're a bit broken at the moment. Trying to plug
That's it.
holes.
Yeah.
Hey,
we got some good Sallies, no gaps though. We've got the good Sallies, I swear. We can still crack it out and feel it.
So good, mate. Thank you so much for your support and for tuning in this long, and thanks for calling in.
No, thank you. Have a good one.
See you, man. Have I missed? LS with $5. Carlton are a profitable club regardless of on-field success and performance. Until that changes, expect more of this. It's a really good point. It's a very good point. Johnny fucking Holden.
Cheers. How are you, mate?
It's been a while, my
Been a
friend.
long day.
I'm good.
I'm glad I didn't go today. I got 4 days at painting at home, so I stayed home and Josh come over and watched the game with me, and I was like, why did I even stop painting? I should have just kept going. Yeah, like, you know me, like I've been pretty much on the Voss train until he gives me a reason not to be on the train. The thing I'm finding at the moment with it, I mean, we all know the playing group, it's above their shoulders. It's all in their head with the way they sort of fade out the games. The problem I got is it's been happening for a few years now, and he hasn't been able to help fix it or change it. So if he can't change it after a couple of years, he's not fixing it now. It's only getting worse. So
it looks like it's beyond repair.
Yeah, it just looks like it's getting worse. This has been happening now for going on 3 years, 3.5 years. Josh and I went back over it, and it's about 3.5 years. It sort of started, it stopped a bit, and then it really ramped up around that GWS game, and then it's just pretty much been ever since. And just the unfortunate thing is we were able to hang on for a couple of those and win, where now we're not. I think a couple of problems we had was when he first got there, the game style was a contested game, and he's brought that contested game style in with him and got players to help him with that contested game plan. But unfortunately, the game plan's changed. And the other thing that Josh and I have been screaming about was we lack leg speed. And we got shouted down. It's like, oh, what are you fucking on about? You know, leg speed, you know, the ball moves faster than leg speed, blah, blah, blah. And it's true, it does. But if you and I are in a race to get to the ball from centre bounce and you're quicker than me, you're going to get the ball every single time. So the quicker leg speed is going to help you. It's not the be all and end all, but it helps. Look at the breakaway pace that Wardlaw showed tonight, Cozzy last week, Sparrow last week. So we are getting them. You look at Jagger, you look at these players that they've brought into the club. But what a lot of people don't understand is, unlike EPL, you can't just sack and replenish the list overnight. It's a year-to-year prospect. And unfortunately, when you got contracts, sometimes it's a 2 to 3 year turnover. So you're sort of stuck with a lot of bad management, previous management, or what we thought was game plan 3-4 years ago, being the contested beast. It's now gone to this fast flowing sprint at all, you know, helter-skelter stage. So we sort of, I think we've pigeonholed ourselves a little bit by getting all these contested beasts, and then the game change around us, and we were like caught with our dick in our hand, literally. No pun intended. And I think that's hurt us more than what a lot of people understand. The thing with Voss, I don't know, like I was big on, we need to set an example, like don't sack him just yet. Keep him so it looks like it gives the perspective out there that, look, Carlton, we're a change side. We're not sacking coaches at the first sign of a couple of losses. Soon as it gets a bit tough, Carlton sack coaches. Who wants to come to a club like that? You know, you narrow the window because it's a coach killing move. Like, if you don't get it done, a lot of coaches don't get a second chance at it. So a lot of coaches sit back and just go, no, I'd rather wait and go to another club than jump onto Carlton, who have got a list that's pretty ordinary. You come in, and if you don't make it within 2-3 years, Carlton Evolved would just sack you. So part of me looks at Graham Wright and the dude from Port Adelaide and Chris Davies, and I think they're trying to change that outlook of us. I think Voss is gone. I can't see him keeping his job myself, but whether it's the end of the year, mid-year, I don't know. But I trust him, right? I trust him, Davies. I think they know what they're looking for. We've got to give them a chance. Like, they've been in the job for literally 6 months, right? Maybe 8 months. One of them 6 months, the other. They've made a lot of changes on and off the field. You can't, like you said, just you can't just go through the place with a big broom, because that's what we did with Bolton, and it gutted the place because we got rid of everything. You need to have a little bit of the old guys around to show the young guys how it's all done. But unfortunately, I don't think we've got the right older guys there. You look at Cripper and Walsh, and who did they learn from? Mark Murphy, Bryce Gibbs, all these guys, they just had a losing culture. So you're teaching the kids to be losers. These losers have grown up to be senior losers. They're going to teach these young kids to be losers again. So they need to break that cycle. You're saying before about we need experienced players with culture and that. Well, we just bought two in from a successful club, and that hasn't helped. We bought in Haynes last year from GWS. Now, they played finals. They were always up the pointy end of the scale. And you look at him last year when he was on field, straight away, he was almost the leader on the ground. He was the one barking instructions and doing the pointing and everything. And that was his first year in. Little bit disappointed in Hayward and Florent that they haven't stood up and started voicing a little bit more out on the ground, like you saw Haynes do. Whether that's in their makeup or not, I don't know. But with Cripper, he's one of those old style captains that jump on my back and I'll show you how to do it. The dude behind your left shoulder up on the wall, he had a 12-part doco or 8-part doco, you know, and they basically said to him, you know, Jordan, use your team. There's 4 other guys on your side. Learn to use them. And he had to rechange the way he played rather than take it all on himself to get his teammates to help him. That's what Cripper needs to do. You watch him and it's almost like he tries to put it on his shoulders and do all the heavy lifting. Walshy, same mode. Get on my back and I'll do the heavy lifting, because that's what I've been taught by my captain, who is my role model. So I'm not 100% sure they've got the right leaders in place. I think that's why they went and got Boak last year. They went and got a couple of on-field leaders from successful club, and they went and got an on-field leader who's out of the club to help him. So I think they're trying. They went and got Simo to help Voss in the box with some on-field stuff as well. So I think they're trying to do it. I don't think they've just sort of thrown and done nothing, you know what I mean? I think they actually have tried to do it. Whether it's the right move or not, it's a bit early to sort of say, and by all accounts, it's probably not the right thing that's happening. But when you listen to Hodgie and all these captains and coaches, because I listen to SEN all day, every day, and when you hear these guys talk about it, they say it's something that can't be broken in a matter of weeks. It takes a while to get over that mental hurdle. So, unfortunately, we don't have the time to sort of sit back and just go, okay, we'll wait another 12 weeks because our fan base will not tolerate it. The fact that we're round 5, round 4, round 5, and we're already screaming for his head. I think if they sack him, it'll be in the top 3 or 4 clubs in AFL, VFL history that sacked the club so early in the year. So, the thing I have is if they sack him, they're only going to get a part-timer in. What do they call it? A caretaker. Who's going to do it? Is it Ash Hansen or Josh Fraser? Now, if Fraser wants to become a senior coach one day down the track, he puts his hand up as the interim. How many interim coaches go on to be successful seniors? Few and far between. It's like 1 or 2. So he's not going to put his hand up and go, I'll take on the role, because as soon as you do, it's almost like you're putting a noose around your neck. So are we going to be better off for it? In the next breath, if Voss isn't helping these guys and we don't move him on quick enough, is the damage going to be irreparable? And just another quick one. I worked in a hospital, so the staph infection, you can actually get a staph infection from being too sterile, actually.
Really?
More to the point. Yeah, 100%. So it's not necessarily dirty. You can be too sterile and get staph infections, because you get a lot of staph infections from hospital and they're spotless, sterile to the nth degree. So it's a common misnomer.
It's all a
You
bit
can get an
of
infection from being germy, but not a staph infection is generally from being too
How does
too
it get to
common.
the point where you need surgery, like where you need to have an operation? That means it's serious, right? Like for Cooper Law to have had surgery on it, that means they've had to drain it, right?
Possible, or just if he's been in a sterile environment and they've used sterile equipment, maybe that has done it. I don't know the ins and outs of being how it all happens, but I just know that through working in a hospital that you can get staph infections from being too sterile.
Damn.
So I don't know the ins and outs of it, but yeah. But no, I think it's going to be fun and games. And the problem is, like, as soon as it looks like it's going to be a rebuild, everyone just goes, oh, my God, another rebuild. We've had 3 of them. Oh, my God, another 50. So everyone just loses their shit. So, it's a tough one we're in. But, I mean, I think the club did come out at the start of the year in speaking in tongues. They did say it was going to be a long, hard year. Get ready for a bumpy ride, because it's not going to be smooth. And we are pretty much starting from a low level and trying to get up. So, I think at the end of the year, we've got 16 or 17 players still out of contract. I think a lot of them will be moved on. Like you said before about Sard, Haynes,
Williams,
all them playing in the reserves, they're starting to phase them out. These guys that won't be there next year. We can't play too many youth all in one hit, because then you got too much in one hitting. So if you notice the last couple of weeks, we've been bringing in 1 or 2 new guys every single week and then sending them back. Like Hudson O'Keefe went back last week and a few others have gone back. So I think they're just rolling through, give them a few games without the big hoo-ha. And the other thing I think what they're doing also is going, okay, let's see who can actually play.
Yeah.
And McGovern, look at McGovern. Like, this is the best year he's been in so far for a long time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's going to be fun and games. As for Cripper, I think Cripper's, look, players go through ruts. I remember back in 1990, 91, Stephen Kernahan, like, he was in such a rut that they were calling for his head. And, like, he's our greatest captain of all time. And the club stuck fat with him, but all the supporters would get rid of him, send him back to Adelaide, piss him off.
Really?
And this was just before this was just as the Crows were coming in because the talk was he was going to go back and be the captain of Adelaide. They were going to give him McDonald's franchises and everything. But he was just going through a rut. He was on, it was about half a year. He was really, really bad, just down. And he turned it around within 12 months or so. He came back and he was sticks of old, but he just went through this lull. I reckon Crip is going through the same thing. You got to remember, I mean, he's played that role for how long, and all of a sudden the game styles change. You don't just pick that up overnight. He's got to adjust physically, mentally, psychologically, the whole lot. I know he's professional, but he's a slow, plodding player. He's now has to reinvent himself to become that faster, quicker, to try and keep up with the modern game. I don't know if you heard that interview with Haywood and Florent when they first come to the club. They were surprised on how fast Cripper was and how much he ran.
Yeah.
And he's getting faster and quicker as he's getting older. So he's trying to change with the times, but I just don't think he's changing quick enough for the game. And maybe it's going to let him down.
It's always been a young man's game.
Has been, and unfortunately, I don't think our side can coexist with 3 or 4 blokes with his pace in the middle, especially as our midfield, because we just get found out. It's all right when we're running forward, but as soon as the ball goes over, it's lights out. I watched him today give up after 2 steps in the third quarter. He didn't even bother chasing. I think Wardlaw got it, took off, and he just stopped.
Yeah.
He just stopped to a walk. He was like, I can't catch him.
Yeah.
So
anyway,
mate.
Good stuff.
You enjoy
Thanks,
yourself.
Johnny.
You have a great Easter.
Oh,
Happy
you too.
Easter to everybody. And I'll talk to you when I can.
See you, mate.
All right, mate. Take care. Love you.
Love you too, Johnny. All right, what have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of you left. Rush.
Hi, Terry. How are you?
I'm good. And you?
Very, very well, thank you. This is my first time. I've been watching you for a long, long time, my friend.
Thank you very much. Where are you calling from?
Paran.
Nice.
Super young.
Oh, yes.
As I said, it's been a long, long time. I just thought, because I just came back from Bali and I'm very, very relaxed, and I thought that, hey, I might just call in and come and say hi.
Why not, mate? Why not? Talk to me. What did you... Well, I mean, I think we've all spoken about what we've seen, but I don't know. Have you got any
I think
other...
Johnny was spot on. I think he's basically covered what my thoughts were. But I have really, really grave concern about this club, unfortunately, my friend, because watching the game today and the VFL as well this morning, I think the people that we've changed, I thought that they were going to do some improvement to how the system works, especially in the VFL. And I haven't really seen anything, to be honest. Our development coach, that was Luke Powell, he's gone, and we've got someone else now. I don't know who he is, but I was watching the game today, and I was watching the seniors again today, and I just feel as like the culture is still the same. In all honesty, my optics is probably not as great as others, but to me, it's like a broken record, and I think this can be a very, very. My biggest concern is before Tasmania comes in. That's my biggest concern, and where are we as a club in terms of who do we try and recruit before the new state comes in?
Yeah.
Yep.
I was going to say, from the language that I've heard coming from the club, whether it's at functions or media or whatever, they've just started introducing references to Tasmania in the last couple of months, and I think that'll just get louder and louder. And we heard today that at a function yesterday, I think Graham Wright mentioned that it's going to take 3 years, and I think that's just the reality. We're making sure that we set this club up so we hopefully have it right in a good place.
My concern is, sorry for interrupting. Look, I think my concern is going to be a lot longer than that. because we first and foremost, we have the same senior players who've been the culprit for the last 3 coaches. I remember the game when Port Adelaide, basically broke the world record for the most consecutive goals. And I remember you were saying after the game, why didn't Teague be on the phone and make some changes, right? Those senior players are still here.
Yeah.
Right. Except for some changes, these are the same culprits who have seen these kind of losses and now immune to it. And because and the thing is, like, we don't see coaches making the big calls. Like, I've been following Carlton for a long time, and I used to remember Mil Hanna once got dropped to a VFL.
These are also the same.
Sorry?
These are also the same senior players that when they first entered the league, a lot of the rhetoric was just play them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But we were in dying position. That's why.
Just play them, and they'll just, by virtue of playing, they'll know how to win, and they'll know how. Just play them, lock them in long-term contracts, and magically they're going to know what it takes to win when it's time for them to be, in their late 20s. And this is where we're at.
Yeah.
And we're now watching the next cycle, because it's like, just play Jagger, just play Dean, just play Taylor Byrne, just play these kids, because that's the fix. Got to look to the future, which I don't disagree with. But if you're playing them without giving them the right environment and tools to succeed and develop and grow and mindset and all these things, then the cycle will repeat.
I agree with that, because I'm very, very concerned at the young age these kids are, who are being exposed to, like, the Carlton versus Collingwood or the Carlton versus Richmond, all these big ground. And, they're standing up well. They're standing up really, really well. But I just feel that it's a little bit too young for them to actually be exposed. This is the predicament we are in right now, because we don't really have the list that has that, you got that. Where are A grades? Do we have any A grades in our list anymore? We don't have any A grade players, in my opinion, anymore at the moment. Like, I don't see. Pardon?
No, we don't.
I don't know. I could be wrong. But when I just saw the Brisbane Lions game last night, and I'm watching this right now, and I'm just thinking, man, we are so far off. Like, I think all of those Brisbane Lions players could easily be brought into our side. We just don't seem to have an A grade player that can consistently be on the ground, that can show that leadership, and that can, grab the kids and rally the troops and just say, you know what, don't worry about this. I just don't see any of that. And I think these kids are just being left to try and play on their talent. And my God, I've got really, I'm excited about Harry Dean. I think that's a great start. And I hope Jagger doesn't get too much thrown into the middle, to be honest.
Yeah,
because I don't think he's got the physicality yet to try and compete 4 quarters of football. And I hope that they try and maybe rest him, or I worry about these young kids.
Yeah, that's a good point, mate. Thank you very much for calling in.
Yeah. Nice seeing you, man. And you have a good night. Have a nice weekend. Okay.
You too, man. Go Blues.
See you later.
Tony.
Well, hello, Terry.
Hello from the other side of the world.
Well, I'm closer than you think, Terry. What did we watch? What did we see? What is with these Malakis Meni that we just saw on the field tonight? What do we even say?
We're going insane.
Yeah. And what is that? Doing the same thing over and over again is the definition of insanity. And I wanted to jump on a bit later because I listened to Seba, and Andy was great, and some of the people that are on there, and just we are in a dire situation. We spoke a bit about last week, and now we're 1-3. We are now lost. Well, we should have lost the Richmond game. All the winnable games to start the season. Now we're going up against Adelaide next week at Gather Round, which is the very, very true anti-Carlton conspiracy that the AFL have against us. And look at that, 2 minutes to go. They're down by 4, and both teams are still attacking.
The Dockers
unlike
have
us.
pinched the lead back off the Crows away from home. They've dug deep.
There we go. 2 minutes to go. So looking at, and the last caller was right, like watching the Brisbane game last night, we are so far off it, and listening to all the callers that you've had so far, and we've spoken about this before, I believe that Wright and Davies are good, and there have been some great changes. We can go into the board, all of that stuff, but we have a real problem with a lot of the lists that are 25, 26 onwards that are not made for the modern game. Voss is trying to coach for his job, and we don't want to force the kids in there because, Jagger's a gun, but you can't be playing him 90% of the game because he doesn't have the physical size. We've got one key forward, and his name's Harry Mackay. That's it. Kemp's not a key forward. O'Keefe is a ruckman. Moya, if there was ever a time for Moya to pull his head out of his ass and realize that he's an AFL player and that time goes pretty quick in AFL at a club like Carlton, he better want to do it quick, because I actually watched a lot of the VFL today, and for 18 listed plus players, we can't even draw. We got a healthy list.
We have a very healthy list.
2024 would pray for the list that we have right now. And we have got a McGovern that we didn't rate enough to give to keep him on his 20 games last year as our best forward. And like I said last week, the one with the most football IQ. Cripps really dug deep today. Like, he really willed it over the line. But I'll give credit to Elijah, and I'll give credit to probably Davies and Wright for forcing him and the tough love. And look what he did. That third quarter, he was getting pissed off with other players because there was I think it was from a kick in, and North had the ball, and Elijah was having to cover like 3 or 4 times the short kicks, and he was getting visibly upset about other players not covering it. And he did his job. He covered those short kicks, but you could just see, even on TV, you could see his face. You could see the anger about not, and he was trying to will it, and he did in that third quarter. Him and his brother was going at 90% kicking efficiency in the third quarter and had a fair few meters gained. But you could just see the visible anger on his face in that third quarter, in the last quarter, of him trying to cover and just not having people jump on board.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And then the wasteful, I mean, it's so interesting, the patterns that emerge. We'll be our own worst enemy. We'll make our own mistakes. And then the petrol tickets of luck will run out, and then we'll start getting the 50-50 calls against us. And some of them were against us today at the end. We got a few lucky ones early in the game as well. But it's just the timing of when we get those frees against us happens to be at the same time when it's time to win the game, or we're making mistakes off our own boot as well. And it all just compounds into this amazing mess.
Yeah. We copped the bad George Hewitt holding the ball last week, and we copped about 5 bad rubs of the green in the last quarter there. Insufficient intent. It should have been our ball to Francis Evans because it came off the Adelaide player, but no, they paid it. Francis Evans, again, insufficient intent coming. Like, what, the umpires got money on the ruse, or did the AFL just want the Good Friday clash to actually mean something for North today? Because some of those calls were terrible. But that's happened for years. When Carlton need the momentum, or when we just needed that bounce to go that right way, or those 50-50 calls that shouldn't have been called, and none of those umpires will be umpiring finals. Let me tell you that. None of them will be umpiring finals, especially Lee Fisher. That they just go the wrong way. But we can all be the stick fat positive merchants, and we'll give a couple of flowers today. Like Byrne, when he went, he put physical contact on, but being a small forward at Carlton, you'd be better luck trying to find water in the desert. Like, it's just a joke. Wiedering was not up to par today, but it was good to see Newman kick the goal. Elijah and both Holland's brothers, again, give the positives there. Boyd had a great first quarter, had 150 meters gained, and then what happened? He had 300 meters gained for the rest of the game. He ended up with 300 meters for the rest of the game. So 150 meters in 3 quarters versus 150 meters in the first quarter. What happened? yeah, Haywood has been Carltonified. Great call. So was Florent. Florent panic merchant like last week. Did we get shafted by Sydney? Like, is that just? Do you go into the question of their culture and system and all of that? Is what it is great, and they can actually just put anyone in there, and they've basically got one of our best forwards for the last 25 years. For I don't know, Florent was not part of the deal, but really was because Haywood, couple of cheap. After down the field free kicks, trying to show some physicality, but Carroll, great moments today. Dirksen tried, but again, just first game coming into it. We did have some positives there, but again, what's up with Lockie Cowan? Does he realise he plays AFL football? McGovern was positive. Ainsworth tried hard. Kemp, needed that game with three goals, but Mackay again, like I said last week, and I think all of us have been saying, does not realise that he's 204 and 100 kilos, and Patrick Voss would bench press him. But yeah, there's some going to be some positives that they'll take out on Easter Tuesday. But like I said last week, as a player, you are seeing this guy on the hot seat for better part of 18 months, and Sebastiani covered it real nice. You can't make the call right. I know he should have gone earlier, but I think they're not going to make the call at week 5. But these players have got the tickets are gone. We could see the legs were cooked that last 10 minutes. McKercher was running on air, mate. He was flying. Finn O'Sullivan.
Everyone now knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So how are the players going to play now that they know that it's going to happen?
Yeah, and mentally you're cooked because you know that the opposition know your weaknesses, and you got nothing. There's nothing. You got the checks, mate, but they're not cashing, bro.
They've got no edge in them at all.
And imagine going into a game as a football player knowing that the opposition know your weaknesses and they can just chirp at you all game. And you could be down by 10 goals at halftime and know you are a chance to win.
Yeah.
Imagine that as an Oppo player, hearing that again and again and again.
They will doubt themselves out there in certain moments. But now their opponents will be reminding them of and even if they've figured out a way to forget that they doubt themselves because of the work they do throughout the week, the opposition will do whatever it takes to remind them. It's like a waterfall with no way up.
When there's no ladder, there's no boat. It's just Richard Kimmel jumping out, except we die.
Mm.
But on the medium to long term effects of the club, and I'll resonate with a few of the people that have called in the poison. Now, you made a good point earlier. We're going to play the kids because guess what will happen? They'll know that even if they don't sack Voss, they'll start to change the narrative. You'll see the ballooning come out. We've already heard reset, right, misspoke a bit. We know. And it looks like you can't have a holding year in AFL football. How about that? You need to always continually adapt, develop, push, grow, fight. And how does this impact the culture? We're trying to build a culture, as Andy said, for sure. But how can we build a culture when you've got no winners, you've got no leaders, you've got a coach that's dead men walking, you've had a couple of senior players leave last year? What you brought in, honestly, at the moment, again, we've got a month of football. Chester doesn't look up to it right now. Ainsworth is trying. Haywood tried a bit today with physicality, and Florent was a panic merchant. But the first 4 weeks of the season, we're seeing that the ones we brought in, probably at best C+ at best, because you put a couple of senior bodies in there where you don't have to force a Ben and a Lucas in there. But the VFL's also showing us that nothing's really coming through. I'll give Flynn Young his credit, and he'll get a crack. And Ison, I wouldn't expect. I'd expect him to come in a little bit to give the fans a bit of PR and sell a couple of free tickets. But I do worry that the poison will start to seep in, and we might have some individually great players, the Kate Simpsons, the Mark Murphys, and they'll get the accolades and hit the 250, hit the 300. But football and AFL football is about winning that silver cup at the end of the year. And unfortunately, we're in a quagmire here that it's negative feedback loop. And like I said last week, we don't have the leaders. We're too far away from season's end. We've got Tasmania coming in. There's maybe, if you look at our under-22s, there's not a lot there, let's be honest, apart from Jagger and Dean. and we're going to pay the highest price ever, thanks AFL, for Cody Walker, unless we finish bottom 4, which is looking likely. I'm just worried about the medium to probably the short to medium term. Long term, we know money's there. Off field, yeah, cool, all great. The big 5 families, the Carlton in business, yep, cool, great, that's awesome. But on field, where are we getting those winners from? What are we trading? What are we? And like you said, can we keep going to the draft? We've basically, if it's outside of the top 10, we've pretty much missed on a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like we get some diamonds in the rough, but so where do we go from here? Now we can't judge Wright and Davies harshly yet. Give it a year, give it a full bit of time. But you start to give the question to Nick Austin. Agresta's gone. It's been 5 years. You can only blame Sauce for a lot. Yeah, give it to Kane Corns and his wheel of misfortune. But you can only that's done. We've got that there. You look at Nick Austin now and you go, all right, there's a balance of development and playing at Carlton and Carltonified versus the decisions. Now I'll give you one. Who decided it was a good idea to give Chera 5 years?
Great question.
It didn't look good today. He's a nice Italian boy and he was a classy user, but his hamstrings are made of paper and he's going to be 28 next year with 4 years to run on his deal in a game that's changing to be more stop-start, faster, push, sprint, more pressure on the hamstrings. What are we doing there? And we're just going to clear out 19 players. Well, not all 19, but we are going to clear up a bit of the cap. But we gave a bit of a bump to Hayward. We gave a bit of a bump to Florent. Ainsworth would have got a bump to fill up the cap. Walsh, 8 years. Are we just repeating the same mistakes? So in my long diatribe and ramble here, Terry, we are Carltonified. We do ramble. I do ramble, yes. Well, we are rambling on with this season anyway. But this next 20 weeks are going to be pissing off the fans more and more because the club don't have, unless they watch these, which I hope they do, but they don't really have the pulse of the fans. And they're going to keep, good, right? But hopefully they can understand the heartbeat and the pulse of the fans here, and bringing out platitudes and bringing out a lot of that stuff is not going to help the fans because the club are catering to people who don't really care about Carlton. They're not catering to people like us who have been there for 30 years and will be there when in the lows like this and the highs whenever they come.
Thing is,
I think
LS put a comment up earlier with a donation. It just keeps ringing. Carlton are a profitable club regardless of on-field success and performance, and until that changes, expect more of this.
Yeah, it's like Tottenham. Tottenham is actually the perfect. If there was relegation for the AFL, that's what Carlton or Tottenham. But I worry that this next 20 weeks we're going to go. It's going to, like I said last week, it's going to be a bit of a 2015. It's going to be even if they don't sack Voss immediately. Look, we could be 1-12 by mid-year. They've got no leg to stand on. Then he'll have to go. Right.
Thing is, last year they had the lever to pull to actually start playing the kids.
Yeah.
This year, the senior guys are in the VFL.
Yeah. And it wasn't that great from what I saw.
Oh, mate.
We saw some of the same mistakes as we did at VFL levels, we did at AFL, and we saw some North, we're talking Vafa ammo VFL types, kicking on. So I don't know, we're not going to turn this into a list discussion, a trading discussion. I think we'll probably save that for next week after Adelaide. But no, you've got a few more people here. So look, this year is going to be difficult, just like last year. We know, as Seba said, and you've said, Voss has to go, but I don't think it'll be until mid-year because they can't, because then they'll just cop it from all angles. Until there's not many levers to pull. Yeah,
you know what's coming.
Yeah, you know what's coming. But this treading water,
the external review card.
I reckon you and me might get a call. I reckon you, me, Andy, get a tush. Get it, just, mate, we'll review it because we've seen it for a long time. But, we didn't play AFL football. So what do we know? We don't know anything. We've just been watching the same triple.
What I would seriously offer up, thought about this morning. Go find a German, someone who's worked in the Bundesliga. Go find an Englishman, someone that's worked in the Premier League, who have worked with clubs with passionate fan bases where, let's be honest, we are Mickey Mouse compared to these football.
Borussia Dortmund and co.
And Richmond, and I don't know if just because they did it ought to work for us, but they went and got Peggy, who, come from the American system. I thought about that this morning. Go find a German and an Englishman. German, excellence in the way that they operate things. English, they just get things done. They always have.
Yeah. Well, speaking from experience and running a business in the UK, yeah, it's an advanced market. It's different people. It's different. There's a lot more things happening. You've got 70, 80 million people in the UK. You've got Europe. The competition is higher. AFL as a league would barely scratch League One, really, if they didn't have the Victorian control and basically not NPL. What is it? FFA or whatever. FFA, soccer being useless, basketball, who cares? Cricket being in the summer, and league basically being a Queensland sport. AFL as a league don't realize how lucky they are to basically have no competition and ingrained religion in Victoria, because there's nowhere else like Victoria in the world where the game basically focused on a single area. But I digress. I think we'll hear the reviews, we'll hear all that, but for the next 20 weeks, what positives can we take? We'll see Taylor Byrne, we'll see Matty Carroll, we'll see a few of those, but unfortunately, those positives are going to be forgotten about because the poison that comes with losing and the media that comes with Carlton and all of it, and keeping Voss, which they're going to have to, not to get their money's worth, but because sacking a coach in week 5 is just, you're done. So they'll wait till mid-year. I expect 4 to 6 changes going into Adelaide next week because an away game wouldn't surprise me if he brings in some senior players like Akers and that. Not that they'll do anything different, but I think Pavos bringing in some senior heads in an away game after Adelaide just copped a tough loss at home in gather round wouldn't shock me. But I do fear for the rest of this year and what this does, because this does negatively affect the psyche of young players and players in general. And we do not have the culture, the leaders, the talent around there to navigate such harsh times, what to do, what to focus on. Bokey, put Bokey in there as coach, mate. He was singing a prayer at half time, it looked like. And look, they turned up in the third quarter. Just didn't have the tickets for the last. But yeah, look, we're going to be going through this. And I'll be on these fan cams every week talking to you, and we're going to take the pleasures where we can.
Absolutely. Thanks for calling in, my friend.
Thank you, Terry. I'll see you next week.
See you, mate. All right, I've got 2 in the waiting room. I've got Tom and I've got Mark. Joel, I see you want to join in. Then I'll put the link in one more time. We'll go Tom first. Hello, sir.
G'day, mate. How you going?
Going good.
You're doing well.
3.5 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing well. No, I just wanted to jump on quickly. Today was tough. I've been a bit sick, so I watched from home today. But listening to the commentary on the TV today, you can tell that the media are loving this. And if you watch the replay, which if you're going to put yourself through that, that's probably on you, but that's fine. But with the commentary, you can just hear them just every time North kicked a goal, especially when they kicked 2 goals in a row in that last quarter. Gary Lyon, Jason Dunstall, they were like, all right, it's on, here we go. And watching from home, it makes you go, yeah, it's coming. They never let you forget it. And it's tough. You're dealing with it yourself, but then you've got the media also drumming it into you it's coming. And it's just, it kills you. It's the hope that kills you.
It's not even hope anymore, man. It is the hope that kills you because, I think I said at the start of the show, maybe 3 hours ago, I was like, it's abusive. This is abusive as a relationship, because this time was different because they showed you their hand early today, the Blues. They showed you that they were not up for the fight, and they were still somehow up at halftime, but they showed you that they were not up for the fight today. So I was like, all right, fine. At least you've made it clear to me you're not going to suck me in the first half and get up by 40 points.
Yeah, it was
And
crazy.
then you get to halftime, and I'm thinking, nuke it, blow it up. All right, I'm there. I'm on board. I understand.
Yeah, it was almost like when we were going into halftime, I was almost barracking for North to kick a goal, just so that narrative of being up at halftime.
But then
was a
they give
thing.
you the third quarter, and they like give you just
15
enough
tackles in
to
10
believe-
minutes, and you're like,
just
oh,
enough.
okay. Oh, it's like what
They
Andy's.
they give you enough to say, no, but it's okay. I'm going to change. I know.
Yeah, it's
I
like
was
what
bad
Andy
the
said.
first half,
It's like
but I'll change.
his.
Look at me. I've changed.
It's his 3.5 quarters, and you're like, oh, and then the last 10 minutes they kick 5 goals, and you're like, okay. And then Sheasel, who's been a halfback getting 150 points in Supercoach every week, just goes, I'm a goal kicker now and kick absolute peaches from the 45 out. Like, just finding different ways to rip your heart out. That's what we do best. My daughter came to me in the second quarter and she's like, oh, are the Blues on? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, are we going to win? And I'm like, probably not. She's like, oh, why do you watch then? And I'm like, that's the best question. And she's 7. Like,
yeah,
just it's just crazy. But yeah, if you rewatch the replay, I just really want you to sort of have a listen to just like and I know you're one for big media that they always love to drum in a story, but you can literally hear them being like, oh, like, we don't want North to kick a goal. We want this narrative. We want this story. And it's almost like,
Mate, it's one of the best stories in footy.
It
to
is.
follow and hate watch Carlton. It's
Yeah.
fun. It's entertaining. People love it. It's great. Like, it's great. We are the meme. We are the butt of the jokes. We have become that.
but then they also always love to talk about how good 2023 was and how the Carlton army and all, like, they always talk about these things, but it's almost like the hate watch is better than, it's always like that thing. The bad guy always sells more tickets than the good guys. So what one are they going to want more? But hey, I just want to say thanks for doing what you're doing, because if it wasn't this, I'd be talking to myself. So trying to deal with it. So it's good that you can vent with someone.
Thank you very much for calling in, and thank you very much for the support.
All good. Says, have a good one, man.
Same, mate.
So.
Aiden, here he is.
Guess what I did?
You went to the game.
Yeah.
After you said you weren't going to go.
Yeah, I promised everyone that I wasn't going to go, and then I ended up going.
Why'd you go?
Because I phoned my cousin yesterday. He's like, "Oh, is Carlton playing?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you want to go?" I'm like, "All right, fuck it, why not?" But I sat on level 3 this time, and I wanted to get a good view on how we are set up around the ground, and the way that we are set up structurally just isn't, it's not really great. I thought how we used the ball was okay, because you see what happens when you bring in Boyd and Newman, who are decent kicks with the footy. I'm not going to say they change the way that we play, but it looks a little bit better.
It definitely looked like what a lot of people had been asking for when it came to, I mean, Newman, I thought you could tell straight away the way he was just able to take off a kick and make the switch happen. When things got under pressure, he was able to make the right decision. I mean, I know this might sound all stupid because we've lost the game and it's terrible, but I definitely felt the difference in what we were asking for with kicking ability.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because when Newman wasn't playing, you could see the effects of him not being there, and we dearly missed him big time. And I felt like he was one of our better players today. I thought Boyd was okay. I thought he did reasonably well, but again, I felt like the way that we moved the ball was a bit slow. We kept trying to change the flanks, going to one side or the other, and you see North run and carry, bit of quickness. But again, the game starts in the middle, and I thought our midfielders were pretty poor today. Cripps included, he wasn't great at all. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's had a really, really poor start to the year. I don't know if it's just like a little blip, and He's probably having another, his start to the season reminds me of 2021 a little bit.
Cripps?
Yeah. But he's contracted this time around. So,
true.
he's
he was. Yeah, that's right. I remember.
Yeah, his year really reminds me of 2021, and we all know how that year unfolded. But then again, I think we need more pacing around the midfield. Like your two quick players in Walsh and Jagger, they're starting the half forward line, and yet you got slow players in Hewitt and Chera starting alongside Cripps. And we all know how that, and we all know how that's going to end.
Tricky part is we don't have quick midfielders on the list to put in there, as in this year.
Yeah, because I think I said last week that we're well behind the pecking order when it comes to recruiting players that are suited for the modern game. But then again, you need to change things up a little bit. Like when North were dominating the midfield to a point, why didn't we throw an Ainsworth in there? Ainsworth is quick. Put him in there for a little bit. I think he even himself said that he can play in the mid. He can play a little bit in the midfield to a point. Why don't we do that? You got Francis Evans playing in the back line. What's going on there?
That was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know, but it's not just that. It's I don't really like seeing Matt Carroll on the wing. Why is Ollie Hollands playing halfback? They're both playing in positions that they're not really suited to. Play them to their strengths. There's moves and then there's clear stupidity to a point, because everyone has been saying, "Oh, Voss needs to make moves," but make moves that will benefit the team, not disrupt the team. And again, I didn't really like how Ollie Hollands was. I said it last week. He's our number one distributor coming out of halfback. Why? He's not really a good ball user by four.
Yeah, he works. One of the big criticisms this week was the players working hard off the ball. And so, one thing I'll give Ollie, he works hard to provide an option for his teammates. And I think today that's part of the reason why he got a lot of the ball. I don't see many of them work hard to provide an option.
No. And on level 3 where I was sitting, none of them moved for him. I saw constantly him telling them to come near me, give me an option. And
I saw a lot of this today.
Yeah, I saw a lot of that.
Give me a lead.
I saw a lot of that, a lot of frustration in him as well.
I saw a lot of this come across.
Yeah, but they're not moving. Why aren't they moving around? I think it's a disciplinary thing with them that, even last week as well, Elijah, to a point, he was the only player against Melbourne moving around to provide an option. And you saw it again this week. No one provided any leads, nothing. And I don't understand why. So I think it's an attitude thing from them to not do that. But even as well, the tackles in the first half, what was it, 13-30? Thank God we fixed that.
Bizarre. 13 tackles in a half and then 15 tackles in 15 minutes.
I know. And I think I checked on the stat sheet that majority of them, not even half of them, laid one tackle in the first half. How disgusting is that?
Yeah.
And then within the first 10 minutes, our tackle count has just doubled in 10 minutes. So clearly with them, it's just an attitude thing when it comes to the smallest things, tackling, leading for an option. And again, what's our record now? 1-3?
We are 1-3.
Yeah, we're going to go 1-9.
And the Crows just hit the lead in the fourth and then lost the lead in the fourth. And so they lost by 2 to the Dockers at home. They'll stay home. They'll be rested. Yeah. And then Thursday night, it's going to be
kicking off the other round again with their new flashy jumper. But again,
do we so next week? I think because whether we want to say it or not, we expected to beat North Melbourne today, right?
And Melbourne.
Do you think now that we go into this run of however many games it's going to be, where we're not going to be the favourite, do you think it's going to help?
No, I think it's going to make it. It's not going to help. No, it's not going to because remember last year when we played, I think we got thumped by we started losing a few games in a row, and we weren't favourites in any of them. And I think someone said the same thing as what you said, and it clearly didn't help because we got thumped by Collingwood 10 goals, Brisbane 8 goals. So I don't think the next 6 to 8 weeks will sort of change anything. I mean, you're always going to get pressure. The coach, I don't think he's going to leave after the last 2 weeks. No way. They won't make that call.
Look, I'll never be shocked at Carlton anymore. They just find new ways to surprise me. I don't think they will sack him tomorrow or this week. I think there's something in it around making sure it's perceived in a way that the next coach or trade targets or free agent targets don't think that we're just going to be sacking the coach. I think they are trying to make it seem like they're a strong club and they're making sure that they have all the information there. I'm just theorizing now.
Well,
but
they're clearly not a strong club, aren't they?
No, we're not. No. Look, it's collapsed again after the first 4 games. 2 years in a row now, it's collapsed after the first 4 games. 0-4 last year, 1-3 this year. Very similar.
That's why you. That's why they. That's why they.
This year. No, they're worse this year. The 4.
Yeah, by far they're worse.
I know we got a win in, but it was like we all know how that win
it
came
should have been
about.
a loss.
Yeah, but then we've given up a 40-point lead, which we did last year to Richmond, and then the North game.
The North game last year, we came out guns blazing. 90. What was it?
The North game was
82
like
points?
I think that was round 6 from memory. I think we did Richmond, Doggies, Hawthorn, Collingwood. Those were the first 4 last year.
Yeah, and then we played North, Geelong. Yeah, last year is nothing compared to this year at all.
See, Geelong was the sugar hit.
Yeah.
And then there was maybe St Kilda not long after that. So that's the question. Are we going to get the little sugar hit? Like, Pommy's actually been telling me this. He said, we'll lose to North. We'll lose to Adelaide.
Oh,
and then
don't
we'll
tell
get the
Collingwood.
sugar hit against Collingwood.
Nah, it's not going to happen. No way. Because what I think Joel Damo said last year, he gave out these massive motivational speeches before Collingwood. Do you remember that? It was I think it was Monday. You had him on a Monday show, and he G'd everyone up. He's like, "Our season's on the line. We're 0-3. Imagine getting over the line against these guys and all things like that." And we all know how that ended as well. But again, I don't think. Surely we can't lose our next 8 games. No way. You have to find a win in there somewhere.
We can.
Imagine if it's against Collingwood.
The sugar hit. There's a sugar hit coming. There's a sugar hit coming. It's coming.
Yeah, but I hope it's Collingwood, but I don't. Considering how they don't really take that rivalry as seriously as much as supporters do, I don't know. I think Collingwood still have our ledger this year. But
yeah,
if Voss does get sacked, can you see Adam Simpson just going in there as interim? I can. I can see it.
I think if it's going to be an interim, it'll be one of the it'll be Josh Fraser or Hansen or one of them from within.
Yeah, and then we'll win 4 games in a row.
Like, what do you bring Simpson in for interim? What for?
I don't know. I'm just guessing because there's been a narrative like, oh, Simpson's at Carlton. Like he's not. I don't think his job's full time, but Simpson's wanting to be a coach somewhere at some point. Voss gets sacked. You got a former coach, premiership winning coach there in the wings. You can just slide in there for a little bit. I can very much see that happening, but I don't think they will do that. I think it will be probably an assistant. And if you're talking about sugar hits, every time we sack a coach, we tend to get a massive sugar hit. Just look back at Teague. And then, we beat Brisbane, go on a little run, Teague gets the job. Like, imagine that. We beat, I don't know, a big team around 14, 15, 16, go on a little run, and then Hansen gets the job. Full-time role. That wouldn't surprise me. I don't think they'll do that, but
You know,
But
just for banter, for banter, they should just bring a random fan in as a coach.
I mean, I'd
Like,
happily do it.
just for bants.
I'd happily do it. I mean,
We live in a simulation. This club can't be real.
yeah,
None
no.
of this can be real.
I think we're more likely to conduct an external review than actually be coach.
Mate, you just know that that's the card that hasn't been played yet. Do you know when I started thinking it would be reality? When Graham Wright said the other week, we conducted a semi-review at the end of last year, and I thought,
It's coming.
the full external review is on the way. It's
Yeah,
like
but what
the
are they-
ace up the sleeve.
Yeah, but what are they going to find, but like in this external review? Like, what are their findings going to be? Because last week you told me there was contest of pressure. What is it? Mindset. What are they going to do? Get the
What was the other
greatest
one?
psychology in there to fix them up and think that it's going to be better. I honestly think the whole mental toughness side of it, I think it will completely disappear once half of these players that have been here for 8 to 10 years go. I think
Yeah, but
that's
the thing is, these players that have been here for 8 to 10 years are the same players that 8 to 10 years ago we were saying we need to get games into these players.
yeah, and now we're doing it again with all that. Yeah. It's just a recurring cycle.
Like I remember Levi Caspot was getting games and we were screaming, why isn't Harry playing? Play Harry.
Yeah.
Play the kids. Like I remember. It wasn't that, I mean, it was, nearly 10 years ago now, but actually it was 10 years ago. I think Harry started playing in 2017. He might have had some back issues early in his career and they didn't want to play him too early and Bolts made him wait. But I remember. Anyway.
Yeah.
Aiden,
But,
it's been great.
Just one more question. What do you think? I mean, we all know the issue, but how do you fix it? What do you do?
It's a great question, mate. Thanks for asking.
Do you get someone do you just resurrect Jesus Christ somehow and then just make sure he somehow fixes it? I don't know. How do you I don't know how you fix it.
Well,
What is it?
you don't fix it straight away.
Yeah.
I think you just kind of got to, there's a whole list of things that need to be fixed. And unfortunately, you can only do the things at the top of the list, depending on what's available to you.
Yeah, I know, but
So the list was a massive issue. Sorry, as in the actual list and the way that we were paying players was an issue. There was a bottleneck. And so they made some shrewd moves last year, which freed up some salary cap, which puts us in a good position this year. So that was an issue that was ticked off end of last year. The week to week, the day to day, the culture stuff. We can't keep talking about habits because whatever habits I was talking about 5 years ago weren't the right ones, clearly. So,
yeah, but the issues that we're talking about, it's the same issues that we've been talking about for years. How have they not fixed it yet?
No. Well, it's not fixed.
It's not fixed, but how have you not
apparently
figured
being
it out?
fixed? They're apparently doing it right now as we speak.
Well, they're not. Well, they're clearly not doing it correctly because whatever they're trying to do is not working.
Yeah.
Because again, this is a win-loss industry, and based off our form and where we could be last, and we don't have to be for Cody Walker.
Mm.
So, anyway,
Yeah. All right, man. Good to hear from you.
See you next week, Terry.
See you next week, mate. Joel, you have showed up and appeared.
Yeah, well, I have. Geez, mate. Look, the scoreboard both show the result, but the cause is another thing. The cause is another thing, and it got me thinking about our slogan last year: "Stronger Together." And I think I think that's the elephant in the room. What do you think?
The slogan being the elephant in the room?
Well, yeah, we're not a United Football Club still. Why? Yeah, we're not.
Well, yeah, clearly, yeah.
Yeah,
We're
well,
not.
so
You touched on something throughout the week, which I would love to unpack with you here. It was around the identity part of the club. And I don't know how long you've been watching tonight, but we were talking about how different I use the example of subcommittees at Carlton, and we hear about that a lot. And I think Carlton was born on the back of blue collar work ethic and mentality.
Mhm.
And it was a very diverse club, and its strength was its diversity and the people that supported it and the people that helped run it. And now the diversity seems to be one of its biggest weaknesses because there are so many different interests that make up the Carlton Football Club.
Yeah, look, yeah, I think you're right. I don't know. Look, I really, I don't know too much. You hang around the club a lot more than I do, so I'll take your word for it. What I'm getting at mainly is the board, and I was just thinking tonight. There was a lot of the way I understand it is there wasn't a unanimous decision on Voss. So that's still lingering. There's some, I think we're not united. I think someone wanted to get Kingsley. Look, everyone wanted Clarkson. Remember, unavailable.
I remember I think Clarkson was priority number 1, and then I think Ross might have been number 2.
Correct.
And then, they ran their process. Oh, hindsight's great. Looking back now, what do you think the right call was back then, knowing how all those coaches have now gone on?
Hindsight, was the wrong decision
No,
to get
no,
involved.
I know. I'm saying, so it was Clarko, it was Ross, it was Kingsley.
Yeah, correct.
I don't think was McRae in that. I think McRae had already gone to Collingwood. No.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the three that that come to mind. You mentioned. So look, the point I'm trying to make is that we need to get the process right, and until that's achieved, then you're right. Look, you're asking for trouble in terms of that filtering through the club. I mean, there's disharmony. So, and that's what I said, the fish rots at the head. I mean, we have who we got now. We got Priestley. Now, was he part of the decision that got Voss, or? Well, he was, I think. I mean, he was on the board, but look, yeah. So,
hey, now. The board. Priestley was appointed 2021. So yes, Voss was appointed in 2021, and Priestley was appointed into the board in 2021, I believe. If I've got this right here, 1st of September.
Yeah. Yeah. So, mate. Yeah. So. Yeah, look, it's just facing the inevitable each week. Now,
but how do we get out of? I mean, we all know it's cooked. We all know. Everyone's very clear in it. How do we get out of this rut of just continuing to be miserable week to week, and get on board with whatever?
Yeah. Well, miserable week. There's no quick fix. I said that last week. So we need to take 2 steps back to go 1 step forward, I think.
But are we all willing to do that?
Well, I don't know. Who's we? I mean, yeah. Well, I am.
Like, as in,
I'm someone that forget anything until you get the process. Until you make the right fundamental decision. You're going nowhere in my book. I mean, that's, you want to build a house, you got to get the foundations right. I think I've come up here and said that last year.
The reason why I say that is because I think once you're in season, the only thing you can really change for the most part in the week to week is the players that you're selecting.
Yeah.
Right. So we've already started seeing that these senior guys like Sard and Akers and the like, they're not playing games anymore. They're playing in the twos. But when you see performances like today, it still rings bad in your ears and in your eyes, and it's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, where's Greg Williams? I think he was he was a strong. I mean, I'm just sorry, just a bit, but just this is the way my mind's thinking. Just on my point to try and just sort of
No, you're
get
good.
back to my point. Yeah. I mean, I just think that Greg Williams was an advocate for Voss, and since we've been doing poorly this year, I haven't really seen him. I mean, he seems to be the guy which sort of is the director, and I think with other people or yourselves have mentioned this. He whether it's his role or he's part. I think is he part time or full time or whatever. But my perception or my take on it is being Greg Williams, he carries a lot of weight, and I think he was an advocate for Vossi and may have been the person which got him over the line in the first place. And I'm thinking he kind of may be feeling like a victim to making the wrong decision there, or who knows. But I would love to know, and we'll probably never know, the transparency around
Would love to know why he's needed on the board, personally.
Yeah. So look, it is frustrating, and I think that ultimately, as I said to you during the week, I think we can worry about game plan and players, and that's probably an issue. And I think it is an issue, and it's a problem, and it needs addressing. But I keep coming back to this thing around stronger together and united, and I think that's I'm pretty sure that's our Achilles heel at the moment. Has been for a while. We get president. There always seems to be someone playing catch up. You get president elects the coach, and then president gets the flick, and then next will be the coach, and then so it's this disorganized unit, and
then the new one's like, oh, that was the old president's decision, not mine. I'm just, and then
Yeah, well, that's. I mean, Terry, and then this is the. I mean, look, I don't want. I think someone said in the comments last week. Oh, someone was unclear about. So just for the record, I work in psychology, and I've done a lot of work. Not a lot of work, but I've done some work with high performance athletes. So So I have some understanding on these things. And my point, what was I going to say about that before I got? It's getting late, Terry. I forgot the point I was going to make. It's just getting late.
Mental demons, the blues.
So look, it's I completely forget now.
All good.
I tried to, I wasn't going to come on. I thought, well, but then I saw you were still going, and I thought, no, I want to make my point clear. And I just thought, I believe, I strongly believe that this is what I've said needs to be addressed. And that's what I was going to say. I said, when you were talking about, there is revolving door, I said, everyone, it's a, when you have an organization or a group of people or who aren't all pulling in the same direction. And it's sort of common sense. It is common sense, but until you actually address the issue and think about it, then that's what needs to be done. So that's all I've got to say.
Yeah. Thanks for calling in, my friend.
Am I the last? Am I the last for the evening?
No, Mark will be the last for the evening.
All
right, mate.
All right.
So sorry. Go ahead. What did you say?
Have a good one. No. Have a good evening.
See you, mate. Faz.
Terry, mate, good to see you. It's been a while, but
It's been a while.
I thought I'd take a little bit backward step this year, watch from afar, stay off. Not been watching all your stuff, but kind of stay off a few things. I was there with my daughter today, and I was kind of stuck between two mindsets of we can't be a complete basket case because we've been in a winning position for 4 games. 2, we're a complete basket case. So, like, yeah, like the fact that we've got in winning positions with 10 minutes to go in the last 2 games, and then even in a winning position against Sydney, other than the third quarter. So I think that's the part where I'm really, really struggling to get my head around about what's going on with that. But I think, with this side, with sport, you're doing it for 2 things. You want to have enjoyment and you want to win. And I still remember in seasons when we had direction and we were losing. So say when we started the rebuild, it was enjoyable because we knew the direction. But now we're at a stage where we're not winning and it's not enjoyable because we have no idea what the direction is. So I think I made the comment to someone, we're kind of doing 2 plans or 2 processes half-assed. So we kind of went in again by getting Haywood and Ainsworth and Florent, but then also half rebuilt by getting rid of Charlie and Tom DeConning. But then, okay, we're in a real build, but then we signed Walsh for 8 years. Okay, like it's there seems to be 2 different plans going on that are half-baked, and I just can't get my head around that.
And there was definitely also this, we made the changes, see how it goes-ish vibe about it too.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't like the see how it goes vibe. I always thought it was just real dodgy at the time. And that's proven to be right. I just think, I personally, I was in the camp of, I didn't really like the Haywood, Florent and Ainsworth trades personally, because I thought, well, you're going to the well with 27, 28-year-olds who have proven to work in good systems, and we know we don't have a good system. Like, there was no surer thing, and anyone who watches football outside of Carlton, there was no surer thing that Haywood was going to fail at Carlton. That was the surest thing in football, that he was going to fail at Carlton, because he came from a system that he could fit in with. He beat up on poor teams. The reason we all liked Haywood, because he beat up on us. He beat up on poor teams. Okay, so coming to a team that has no system, he was always going to fail, and I knew it from the moment it happened. I'm like, this is a mistake. We trading Charlie Curnow was probably not the mistake, but getting those players in probably was. In that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I remember last year one of the glaring holes was our half forwards. We were having makeshift half forwards as opposed to guys that were quote unquote specialists, and the link between and the connection between midfield and forward, big issue among many others. So from that point of view, I didn't mind Haywood and Ainsworth because I thought they could play a role to help with that problem that was identified.
Yeah, well, I remember being on here and saying one time it wouldn't matter if we had Cozzy Pickett and Wizard Watson in our small forward line, it wouldn't work, and a lot of people agreed on that. So what made people think that getting Haywood and Ainsworth would automatically fix? Like, they're getting most... being at the game, I had to look at the stats, and I couldn't believe that Ainsworth had 20 touches. Like, I didn't see him have 20. It certainly wasn't in the forward line. I just... For me, it's we traded our players to get the only currency in football, which is draft picks, right? That's the only currency in football. And we've kind of topped up. The salary cap is an interesting point because I'm certain the only way Haywood and Florent and Ainsworth all came to us is they'd be on good money. It's not like they're coming on mid-tier salaries. We've probably effectively traded Charlie Curnow's salary for two players. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, we've also lost Tom's salary.
Yeah, that's
Jack's salary and Doc's salary.
Yeah. So, yeah, the salary cap is probably in a space, but what are you going to do with it? Because you got to spend it. Do they go down the St Kilda path, or do they? I mean, like I said, the Walsh contract. And all
I
that.
actually think that could be the worst. I mean, everything's the worst in this. But
Oh,
like,
yeah.
is it like the big? If we get to October and we're doing big fish again, Zach Butters.
Yeah, no.
Spend 2 million. No.
You can't be doing that. But I think it's such the stress for me is I feel like deja vu, and you've said it many times here. But if I hear the name Cody Walker one more time, I'm gonna lose my marbles. He's gonna want to be one hell of a bloody player. Because the way I keep hearing, don't worry, we've got Jagger, we've got Dean, we've got Cody. Well, I'm sorry, I'll argue that Wiedering, Curnow, Mackay, then Walsh was a far better combination than Dean, Jagger, and Cody Walker. And we were excited by that.
Yeah.
Like, mate, we called Paddy Dow Paddy Wow in his first season of footy. I remember Petrevsky-Seton getting best on ground in his 5th game of AFL footy or whatever it was against the Pies or like, let's be honest. If I hear the term, oh, don't worry, we'll get Cody Walker in, mate. Nick Dacos wouldn't fix this side, and I can tell you now, Cody Walker's not Nick Dacos, so it's stressful. But we go again.
I'll give it.
Yep, go.
I asked earlier to another call, and I've asked a few times. How do you personally become satisfied and excited with Carlton for the rest of this year? What would they need to do, say, apart from play well and win games?
Different for me. It's my daughter that excites me. So for me, she was so pumped to go today. We were there today. She actually booed her first umpire today, which I was incredibly proud of.
Had a girl.
Yeah, that's my girl. She booed the when it was the Francis Evans ones right in front of us. The Francis Evans one, the deliberate or what he got called for. So she was up and booed that one. But no, for me, yeah, it's my daughter. So like, she gets me going. She's still into it. She loves it. She's got all the badges. She wants to meet all the players. She doesn't care if we win or lose at the moment. But from another point of view, I just want to hang on to. This is what my week builds up to. Like it's just that. For me, it's like your work. The only time I spend with my dad, I spend with the kids. I wanted to build up to. And someone said to me, if the worst thing that's happened in your life is that your footy team's lost, then you've got a pretty good life.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, when that was said to me a couple of years ago, I said the worst things happened to you. So everyone on my weekend's ruined. Well, the worst thing that happens to you this weekend is that Carlton lost today. Well, you've got a pretty good life. Like, let's be serious. So that's the way I live it. I look at it that way. And I say, well, okay, it's been done. Walked out, had a laugh with my daughter all day. Got home, we sat on the couch, watched a bit of Fremantle, Port Adelaide. She went to bed, and we just go again. Like, okay, we'll watch it on Thursday, and we go again, and we go again, and we go again. But what do Carlton need to do? They need to get the connection back. I think there's the lack of community there with the fans. Like, I'm enjoying it with my daughter, but I'd love to enjoy it with other people. I think if it wasn't for this, the Blue Abroad stuff and the stuff Pommy does, I don't know if I'd be enjoying it as much. So get the connection back, the community. And because you win as a community, you die as a community, you lose as a community. Like, it's just, yeah.
A couple of sausage sizzles out on the park there, kick to kick with Pitto.
Oh, yeah. Mate, yeah, Pitto's a good man. But yeah, like, I think, but yeah, I know everyone in the heat of the moment and at the end of the game, like you just, everyone's disappointed, but yeah, if everyone goes to bed tonight and the worst thing that happened to you in the next couple of days is Carlton lost today, then, you wake up in a pretty good spot.
Mate, that's a very good perspective. Thank you for reminding us about that.
Nah, all good, mate. You look after yourself and we'll chat soon.
For sure. See you, brother.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
All right. Josh. Hello, mate.
Hey, mate. How are you?
I am 4 hours and 13 minutes and 21 seconds in. I'm good.
Is this a record?
No. That was last week.
What was last week's tally in the end?
like 4:22. We may as well get there
Oh,
tonight.
well, we're going to get there, I think. Wow. You went to the game, I take?
I was at the game. I was sitting kind of behind the goals, level 2.
Wow. And what was that near our cheer squad or their cheer squad?
I was right above our cheer squad.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the vibe like?
It's fine. It's great. I
Yeah.
actually took note that I thought even when we were starting to fall away, cheer squad tried to lift, got the Carlton chant going, and just yeah, it was pretty loud. The drums were back; they were up and about. It wasn't enough. There was a moment, I think, in the fourth. I can't remember whose goal it was, or maybe it was the third, where I think the collective crowd kind of got on board, and I'm like, oh, that was extra loud, and then. Yeah, kind of died from there. I think it might have been Kemp's goal. Yeah, Kemp's goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
What
missed
about you?
that count. Yeah, I watched it. So I didn't actually go to Sydney in the end. I decided I've been to Sydney the last 2 Easters, and I figured I'll stay at home this year and just spend it with my, mum and dad and brother and sister, and catch up with a couple mates and all that. So I just watched it from home. I didn't end up getting a ticket during the week. I've been just flat ever since the Melbourne game, unfortunately, and I just thought, like, what's the point in going? Like, my membership is a home membership. I didn't buy a ticket when there was that period, and I was just like, it might be a half-time leave, it might be a three-quarter time leave, which is sort of sad because, like, me and you, I remember coming on here for the first time in maybe 2021, and I I remember because I actually watched a couple fan cams during the week, not just to see how far we've come, and it's just crazy, like seeing the hopeful 18-year-old, 19-year-old that I was, and I still am very passionate. I'm here on 11 o'clock on a Friday night talking to you. I love the club so much, but I can't bring myself. I'm not excited about going to games as how I used to be. Like, it's really starting to just it's like draining. That's the only word I can really think of. It really breaks my heart as well, like that, because I still love the club, and I'll
wonder
always watch.
if we went back to 2020, 2021, the fan cams then, I'm pretty sure we were saying play the kids. I mean, I don't think we were calling
Yeah.
Charlie and Harry and Weeders kids anymore. We were sort of gassing them up. I think at that point we were saying Weeders needs to get an All-Australian blazer, his first one. And now we're just getting to that point where they're going to rot. They're going to rot for the rest of their careers at Carlton.
Yeah, it sucks, but it's unfortunately, I guess, I did see parts of the fan cams earlier, and I think what Paul Paulo had to say, I guess we just the whole process of how that whole external review was conducted, and then the process of picking the coach and all that, like, it was all wrong. But you know what? It's in the past, and it's now up to, as fans, we can put pressure on the board, and as members, I think we need to start putting pressure on the board and all that, because it's not good enough. And I'm dead serious when I say this. I think if the club's not careful, of course it's always going to be profitable and it will always make money. But if I'm losing interest, someone as passionate as I am of going, like, to the games and all that, they are at real risk of losing a younger generation of supporters, because
We've been saying that for 5 years. Until they start losing money, they will not pay proper attention.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This football club, it's like a religion. It is like a religion. We all, like, mate, how many people are watching right now on YouTube? Like, it's Friday night, 11 o'clock, Good Friday, and you've probably got over 1,000 viewers right now. Like, the reality is the football club is probably always going to be profitable, and it is a business. I do like that Graham Ryder's there though, and I do hope he can lead us in the right direction. But man, it just sucks. Like, I hear all my cousins and my mates who they follow a lot more, like, much more successful clubs and all that, And I hear the way that they talk about their club and run it. Like, man, I'm very proud that I go for Carlton, but fuck, we're just shit. We are just shit, and all we have is the past. Like, it's just fucked.
Yeah. I can't believe we're this bad again.
Yeah, I actually can't believe it. It
I can't
really,
believe it.
it's a similar vibe. Do you think it's a similar vibe to 2021?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and that
Yeah.
was a hard year, bro. That was a very hard year, support. Like, I think that year was particularly hard because I think from memory, the expectation was finals that year because that was just probably 4 or 5 years after that rebuild. And now we're like here at the end of whatever the fuck that was, the last 3 years. And all we got was a prelim. And ultimately, you don't play footy to make prelims and all that. You play to
So
win
what's
flag.
the lesson? Don't get sucked into rebuild, therefore just let this let understand, because like it's like a balancing act. You need to understand that building towards the future, yada yada yada, but at the same time, that's the same rubbish that gets spewed up onto fans when they want you to just accept that we're going to be bad.
Yeah. 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 Well, I guess with our first rebuild, we bottomed out. Like, we had to bottom out, like 2015. Whereas this, like, what did our president say last week? The president function, he accidentally used the word rebuild, right?
Yeah, so we're resetting to rebuild. I mean, we're resetting to build a sustainable future.
Yeah. Well, that sort of says where we're at, eh?
Mm.
Hey, do you remember? I remember speaking to you last year when that email about keeping Voss came out. I remember speaking to you about it, and I remember mentioning to you because they were keeping Voss. That means the marker had to be finals, and I understand that a lot happened in the off season. Kerno left, De Koning left, Silvani left, and those are 3 big players. So we did lose depth, but and then I also saw Doherty's comments today on 3AW, and it made me think of, that. And it's like, we probably, like, it was either he should have been sacked or we should have extended him because now we're just sort of stuck. I don't know. I'm really confused sort of with where we go here from here
Yeah, we
now.
were talking about it earlier. Can't remember which caller it was, but we were saying they either, Graham Wright will say it, we'll call it, either didn't, the guy that he wanted was either not there, not available, not around. So if you choose to leave from Michael Voss at the end of last year and you're going to get a new coach, you sign a new coach for what, 3 years? You sell the plan for 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
So you're not going to bring in a new coach at the end of last year for a 1-year deal?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah. But then it just leaves like what was last year? Well, it was a horrible year. I felt like you had to make some sort of change. And I know that they changed assistants around him and all that. But then the biggest fear was, what if we start 0-4 or 1-3? And the reality is now we're here. So I guess it's just like, but it's all, hypothetical, and you can look back and say whatever. But I'm
Do you
just,
think we'll be
I'm
sitting
really
here?
disillusioned.
Do you think you'll be calling into me in 2036 and we'll be saying, Josh, man, I can't believe we've been talking to each other online for like 15 years? Do you think that's what's going to happen?
Probably, yeah, mate. You'll probably have kids. I'll probably have kids. And we'll still be talking about how Carlton is shit. Like that's the reality of it, mate. When this started, it was COVID. I didn't even have my driver's license. I'm now off my P's and fucking nothing's changed.
Yeah.
It's fucked, bro. It is fucked. And I'm just so disappointed. Like, I'm so disappointed. Like, we were sold so much hope when Voss first signed on. And here's the thing as well, and I only just realised this now. We, aside from the run in 2023, and I'm sure this has been brought up, we haven't had a single consistent year with him as coach as well,
Yeah. The only 12-month period of consistency has been midway through 2023 to midway through 2024 on either side of the finals.
Yeah. And who else was looking for a coach when we got Voss? You had GWS, they got Kingsley, and then McRae.
Was that the
Look
same
at
year?
where- Same year.
So McRae started at Collingwood. Yeah, you're right. 2022. That was his first season there. Yeah, you're right.
Yep. Yeah. So look at the direction that those football clubs have gone in compared to where we have. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. And it does scare me a bit too with Tassie coming through as well, and I know the club is doing its due diligence and all that to prepare for Tassie and all that, but like, man, I feel like we're falling really far behind, and it might be another 4 or 5 years that we might be talking about making finals again, which is honestly fucked, but
I just don't know how they sell it to the fans this time around.
yeah, exactly that. Well, you know what? If you've got suckers like you and me who are here at 11 o'clock on a Friday night talking about it, and nothing's really changed in the last couple of years, they're still going to always fucking sell it, mate. So, yeah. And also, you're not going to Adelaide, I hope, are you?
No, not next week, but I'm going to
Oh my
Perth.
God.
Rio.
Oh, mate. Jeez. It's a long way to go to watch us fucking lose, but I hope they get up for you for that week. But yeah, mate.
Cheers, mate. Anyway, thanks for calling in.
Thanks, mate, and appreciate your work. And I actually don't know how the fuck you do this. I don't know how you do it.
I do enjoy it.
Nah, it's good, mate. We all appreciate it. I'll chat to you next week anyway.
See you, mate. Go Blues.
Yeah, mate. Go the Blues.
All right. The time has come. Mark, finish us off. Hello, sir.
Hey. Oh, God. From what's happened, I've probably slept in the last hour and a half to 2 hours. What happened?
I don't know. It's all a bit of a blur, to be honest, mate.
You've just seen young Josh, which, like him and all the other young supporters that have come on throughout the years. And you look at us, we're at a point where are we? What are we going to do? You know what the sad thing is, Terry?
Tell me.
We don't even love our club anymore. I'm starting to now get to a point where as much rage, excitement that I would like to obviously endure, I just can't do it anymore. Mate, if for those that have ever watched the movie Step Brothers under a character of Robert Doback, mate, we are failures. Failures. Because we are, until they change, and as if that's going to happen. We can pour so much. I mean, let's face it. Mate,
it's a great movie, by the way.
it's the best. And actually, you know what? Because I'm in my deathbed at the moment. Oh, by the way, to those that just noticed, Fremantle managed to beat Adelaide. So funny enough that they're at the same record as what we are. But anyways, let me just mate, there's nothing else to really. Yeah, go on.
I was gonna say, I know you touched my drum set. Oh, fuck you, Brennan.
Mate, if anything, I was actually going to get up that scene right now, unless we get done for copyright. But let's face it. But you know exactly what I mean. It's exactly how it was said. We are geriatric fucks. We've just got literally no idea. I mean, you know what? I've even noticed. I've got friends of mine that have actually made profits from us for losing that game, like the Melbourne game last week. I mean, can you ever think of a time where we've led for the majority of our games in the first month of the season and we're a 1-3 record?
No.
Like, imagine being behind in most of those games and we're 3-1. Gee, would we take it? But funny enough, even that still wasn't enough at one point. I mean, I still remember a time when, if you go to the first year leading into the gather round, we were going in roughly unbeaten before that fixture. And we weren't playing great, but we were, short term unbeaten going into that round. And yep, a reality check, and then it was up and down like a yo-yo. And then the year before that, we actually, 2024, went in undefeated, in and out of that fixture. Then last year, winless. And this year, it's, we've really contradicted ourselves as a club. If you thought that we were culturally defeated, well, it's simply happening again, to the point that we can lead by 100 points at halftime and still find a way to lose, or would be lucky enough to just win, and you say, oh, it's a win. No. And honestly, Harry Mackay needs to be dropped. As much as I said so much about Cripps back in the opening round, but I think it's just time for these players. They are just so entitled of their big paycheck that, if I had to give one example, and mate, let's face it, even I'm working for the next day or two before I'm the idiot that's going to go to gather round in a matter of days, but that's what we are.
We're going to gather round.
Well, I've already paid for my vacation, so I can't bail out now. But I know I'm a sick puppy. Thanks to Alex K. Arthur for reaching out to me a bit earlier. But let's face it, Terry, I'm probably more better off winning the major jackpot or grand prize at the Sky City Casino than seeing that shit. But anyways, that's what's going to happen.
What's that?
We're going to bring back the fucking belt. Fucking going to get belted next week, and we're fucking going to belt this fucking club to its own pulp. Mate, we need the belt strap back, because that's what our players need. They need to be scarred after these performances, because this should just never be happening at the highest level. It's again beyond inexcusable to think that for the last 2 weeks, if you were to lead by over 100 minutes of a game, only to be pimped like we did again tonight on Good Friday, than the game against Melbourne the week before, just simply states the obvious of how mentally weak we are. But I think we all need to get to a point where, look, for me, I'd say after gather round, you probably won't see me again. And not only that, I also feel that for the majority of us, we need to make a stand of not going to the games to prove a point. Because the more we keep doing our bit, as we have done, but at what cost? Now it needs to come on us to show the club that enough is enough. Because we are going to keep losing more generational supporters. And what example can we set for the future, where you're seeing so many footages throughout the games today? We saw kids crying again, like that North Melbourne fixture last year. And to do it for Good Friday, for fuck's sake. This is soul-crushing, man. What is it going to take? And you know what? At the end of the day, just think of this. Why both Carl and Essendon have been bad for the last 25 to 30 years? Here's a simple solution for you. We've not got one premiership player in our list. You want a winning culture? Well, you need a player or two in that club that could actually show you what it takes to win. Yeah, no worries. We'll get players that have played finals, let alone a grand final, but it doesn't mean that you have proven to be a winner. You haven't. It's as simple as that. You need players that have come from the successful environments. And, if we had our time again, I know it's obviously well too late now, but if we had our time again, a Mackay for a Petrarca and Fritsch, gee, that would have helped.
I remember
we know
you coming
hindsight
on.
is a big, big thing, but at the end of the day, these are just the bold things that we should have done. But no, we want to make sure that we have this player because, we love them so much, good role models and all that. Look, fine, but at These guys are just doing it as a side hustle. Let's just call it for as it is. It's all an absolute side hustle. They're not there to win. If they're there to win, then they would be copping the scars. Not hard enough.
Mark, it's been great. It's been great.
They don't want it. They simply don't fucking want it. And mate, like I said, I'm so stuck. Like, it's even a miracle that I'm even still talking to you all right now. Mind you, I'm actually, what am I, sleepwalking, sleep talking? I'm actually sleep viewing you all.
Can
My
I
eyes
just
are not
point
even
something
open.
out?
They're half
I'm sorry.
open, half closed. They're half
Can-
open, half closed because I
Can
can't
I-
do this.
Can I just point something out, which is one of the funniest things I've ever seen? And that is how you went from being undercovers, half asleep, to then belting your couch with the belt, to then getting back undercovers with like being half asleep. I'll be fucked if I'll ever understand that.
Well, I mean, it's very simple. I belted my membership. I belted my beanie. I belted my scarf. I belted everything that's Carlton because at the end of the day, we are just insipid. You know? What he's going to do now? He's going to rip up our memberships because we're bagging the club? Well, it's very simple. It's very simple. Keep producing this, and you're going to lose more supporters. You're going to lose a generation of supporters that won't even know what success is like. Our parents and their parents of their age can't be with us forever. At the end of the day, we've all heard this saying. It happened with our other rival. To then even happen with Orange's made-up footage. We're all going to die at some point. And right now, I feel like that's happening right in front of me and to you all right now, speaking with my eyes closed, pretending that I'm still alive.
I love you,
I
Mark.
just can't wait for the belting next week. Oh, no, be positive. Bullshit. Fucking prove it to us, boys. Are we going to be up by 15 goals at halftime or three-quarter time and still be on the edge of our seat? Or are we going to get the belting that we deserve? And you know what? Yep. I thought that'd be the case. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous, Carlton. Get everything that you deserve. Get everything that you deserve. Because I said this from last week and probably in years past. It won't be till another 6 to 10 years till we're at finals again. Maybe, for heavens forbid, we might be in a grand final. Maybe. And then guess what? It'll be another 15, 20 years again, like this 21st century cycle has been. It's time for everyone to be on less wages, and that way you can actually start to perform. Isn't any wonder why Mitch McGovern's actually looking like someone that should have been playing like he is now 4 or 5 years ago? It's very simple. Big coin, big egos. Small coin, you actually care and matter that you want to be able to play football. And it's not just about the fucking money. Because that's what this club has always been known about. We've tried buying premierships, which we've obviously bought premierships. And as my brother, who doesn't normally come on, but he said it fucking perfectly. He said it perfectly. And this has always been the case. But now it's just time to spill the facts. And who cares about what the so-called other media say? But this is the fact. We now have to try and do it the legitimate way. Not the so-called easy way where it's all about big cashes and splash them all around like it's some roulette. Time to stand up.
Well said, mate. You have a great sleep. Thank you for
Well, you know, I gotta earn my own living to try and look after, you know, my family that's trying to just stay alive with health. And same here. Because at the end of the day, you know, I don't think we're ever going to win a flag in our lifetime unless they absolutely prove us wrong. Start boycotting games. Start sending a message, everybody. Because let's face it, Gather Round probably will be my last, to be fair. Yeah, I'm a sicko, but at the same time, we keep doing our bit. But this is definitely going to be the last straw. And I just can't wait for what Adelaide's going to do to us. Or, you know, what, heaven forbid, even if we do pull off a miracle, don't celebrate. Mate, the thing is, Terry, we can't even enjoy wins anymore. We just can't. We actually just can't. And that's the sad thing. What hope does it give to everybody if we can't even enjoy a win? We could be up 100 we could be up for 119 minutes and 59 seconds to lose at the last second, and that's it. Don't worry about watching the replay. A loss is a loss. No, that's it.
All right.
Or we'll do the opposite. Be down for 119 minutes and 59 seconds and win at the last second. Oh, yeah, watch the replay. Yep.
Okay.
No.
Mark, I'm going to let you do. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. You've made my night. You have a good one.
Yeah, well, let's see if this club could ever revive our so-called truths and justices, or let alone our self-belief. We've had enough. We've had enough.
Yeah. Go Blues, mate.
Go the Lions.
Ari.
Go to bed.
I will.
4 hours, 39 minutes and 30 seconds. Go to bed.
This man had the leather belt in his hand and he was whipping.
It's all time. It's all time. Gavin, I'm not going to try to follow that. I come home after watching the Freo Adelaide game at the pub, and my brothers just yelled out from the other room, "Is Terry still alive?" And I go, "There's no way. There's no way." So I've just come on here to tell you to go to bed.
I am. I'm going to finish. It's just this man had a belt in his hand. And he was whipping his bed or his couch. And then he got back under the covers 30 seconds later.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Oh, how bad
You're
was
done.
it? I'm done.
I don't want to talk about it again. Go to bed.
Okay. All right. I'm going. See you, mate. Oh, all right. Well, we will finish it there. Oh, man. Cal G, $15. Hats off to you, Terry Adboomer. Appreciate everything that you do in talking us down off the ledge. Love you, brother. Go Blues. Rico, $15 from Sophie, Adam, Lucy, and Ryan Sackvoss. Love it. Petra, $2.53. New BA segment. Mark's Pillow Talk. Truly one of the greatest things. It's like you don't know what you're waiting for, and then out of nowhere, a magic moment comes. I needed to laugh. That was great. That was fucking amazing. Anyway, I'm not going to bother watching Voss's presser right now. So we're going to leave it there. It's 17 past 11. And the Blues have done the thing again. I do feel better too. I do. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed, and you should all go to bed too. I'll see you tomorrow for the review. And yeah, thank you very much for those of you who tune in and support the channel. I love this thing. I really do. I love the fan cams. I wouldn't do it. I'm not like at a burden for doing it. It's just great. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Go Blues.